We are here.
Hello. Do you want to do the intros? I haven't done. You do it. No. Okay. Hi everybody. Welcome to Evandale and season 2 of Kill City Sinners Who Killed Laura Palmer. I am your game master for the first time ever live, Erin Melandri. Hello. And here are, wait, hold on. Yes, here are our sinners. And I guess we'll go around and introduce ourselves. I personally don't have chat up because that is too much today for me. So I rely on everybody else.
I'll be your mod tonight, not a problem.
Fair. Perfect. So why don't you go first, Steve?
Hey, my name is Steve or SJ, depending upon why you need me or need to talk with me. But let's see. I am playing an NPC turned PC that you guys may know. Well, up here it says Shar, but also goes by Shari or SHR 128. But we'll find out a little bit more about that in a little bit, and I'll pass it over to that guy. That guy is Kevin.
I've been caught. My name is Kevin. I'll be tonight. I'll be playing someone that you guys may know as Kode, your resident free-running kind of futzy parkour guy. And I look forward to the wild shenanigans that we have going forward. With this circle, I'm gonna make it easy since I know I'm up top. You. Yeah.
Oh my God, you caught me!
Yeah, got it.
Hi everyone, I'm Stacy the Linguist. I'm also playing an NPC turned PC called Andromeda, an angsty teenage street rat with a proclivity for technology. And we're gonna have a lot of fun today being an angsty teen.
In the best way, too.
In the best way. Oh, my turn to pass it over this direction.
Hello, I didn't see you there. Hi, I'm Mike. I am no longer resident baby, now just resident idiot. I'm playing Zephyr, our chain restaurant cyber cowboy. Recently dispossessed of one evil sword and one slightly evil arm. He is now making his way in the same playbook with a completely different object and different stats and everything. And I'm also looking forward to all of the fun we're gonna have.
Yay! Okay, so I guess I should preface this by saying there are no spoilers. The show, Twin Peaks, is older than I am. But it is heavily inspired by. So if you like the characters or anything that you see here and you've never watched Twin Peaks before, I recommend you do. And with that note, why don't we really quick, I was thinking, kind of give a glossy epilogue to last season to see where all the characters, like what they did after losing Hazer, but kind of gaining some solid footing in their own stories. So we'll start with Steve, with Shari. What did she do with the information she got after this whole Hazer debacle?
Hazer started off as human, and after checking the records of Dr. Hazer, Shari kind of understood that and saw him completely transform himself, like removing everything but the skin on his face and putting everything and just completely over the course of time replacing everything. And she thought, that is foolish. That is so absurd for a human to do that. I'm going to show everyone how it's actually done. And then said, you know what? I'm going to become human. And I'm going to become transhuman. And I'm going to be whatever the fuck I want to be. And no one is ever going to stop me. And by God, these corporations that once owned me are never going to have control over me again. I am going rogue.
Yeah. What kind of emotion do you think if she were to spike out on something right now, what would it be?
Oh, powerful. Sherry is so completely, oh, fuck that. Hold on. Let me get into character. This world does not even begin to understand exactly what it is that is before it. All I can tell you is I have already seen everything that everyone here has been doing. And the good news is I'm on your side.
Oh, incredible. And what about Kode?
So after the kind of realization of the conclusion of what was going on and how terrible everything is and somewhat hopeless, I think Kode decided to almost give in, but at face value, he is biding his time, going back to his job at the Syntax, using his promotion to lay low and get some cred along the way, while secretly funding and maybe even laundering some funds to that certain group of individuals that are also in his off time. But he's much less doing his other odd jobs where he goes around the town and fulfills things, and has focused on maintaining a face so that anything that sees him on camera sees that he's just doing the everyday 9-to-5 wage slave type deal.
And how's his grief process looking right now?
Absolutely terrible. There's nothing healthy about it. Not a single thing is positive. He probably is a little bit more malnourished than he usually would seem, because of the routine that he's going on. But he's at least dressed well. His attire is a little bit better. The bags under his eyes haven't gone away, but he's definitely sad with a happy face over him.
Oh, that's so sad. And what about Andromeda? What's going on with her feelings and this whole situation?
Yeah, so I think the encounter with Hazer definitely sparked some a different slice of righteous fury in her. So her angst is full force, but I think it is a combination of angry and powerful in a way. After losing her favorite drone to some techie bastard taking it over, she of course built a new one and has been working on her solo projects in her own little garage situation. So continuing her jam, just out scavenging and really fine-tuning her tech and starting to amass a gumballs machine worth of those little red marbles that she used against Hazer, for her own purposes and really refining the tech. I'd say she's been a little less sociable than normal, so she hasn't necessarily been out on the town talking to people. She's been really just kind of engrossed in tech stuff. She's I need to get fucking good at this if I want to be worth my salt. And so she's kind of head down, work it out in the zone right now.
Awesome. And how's it looking over at Rib Stickers, Zephyr?
I think Zephyr is very much adjusting to sort of his new life without the sword constantly kind of pushing him towards these very dangerous encounters. He is, working his shifts. He's finding a lot more peace in the sort of getting by day to day. He doesn't need to be exerting power over anybody to feel like he is controlling the situation. It's enough for him to control his own situation. And I think he's kind of reaching out to people more beyond you're a coworker from rib stickers or you're a coworker from burning down buildings. When he needed his arm that he left behind replaced, I think he reached out to Andromeda, so now he has this kind of like pipe work, like rickety, twitchy arm that the harmonica just like slots right into, which is his new object. It swings out when he needs it, and then it stows away when he doesn't. But other than that, he's showing up for every shift and just working the bar.
I will say, in terms of like the aesthetic of your arm, it is like very, very functional. Like it works really good. It looks like shit, but it like fits the vibe.
And I think we're ready to get into it. So
might I add something?
Yeah.
At some point in the days that have passed, I know Kode has taken a visit to Rib Stickers and left at least a sizable tip for our friend Zephyr, considering he knows how he lost his arm and feels bad about it.
I think, and following that, there is a very like out of place with the sort of crowd that goes into the syntax Zephyr, not even stopping to like have a drink, just finding wherever Kode is working and just like putting it on the table and sliding it back to him.
Yep.
Amazing. Okay, so with that, before we start, if you like the music, quick shout out to Of Sleeping Bears. I bought like all of his albums that I could, and we'll be showcasing his music in today's stream. So there's going to be a timed chat message if you want to go support him. He does like soundtrack scores for tabletop games, and it's awesome.
Hold on. They can't hear any music. Let me see why that is. I'll fix that. You guys continue. Thank you for telling us.
Awesome.
This is why. Now you can.
Oh, cool. Yay. So if you like the music, Of Sleeping Bears is who does it. With that, I think we're ready to start. We will, if you are new here, this is your first episode, don't worry. It's a brand new story, same characters, so there will be callbacks, Easter eggs, inside jokes, all that. But it's a new story and it doesn't really have anything to do with the last season, so you're good. With that said, welcome to Aiden Springs, the glittering jewel of Killison City's cyberpunk landscape. This district stands tall as the apex of opulence and extravagance, a playground for the elite members of society who bask in the fruits of their influence and wealth. But beneath the surface of lavish living lies a complex web of vices and secrets, where the pursuit of pleasure often intertwines with darkness. At the heart of Aiden Springs lies the renowned public greenhouse, a mesmerizing oasis amidst the concrete jungle. Towering glass domes house lush gardens filled with exotic plants and cascading waterfalls, a stark contrast to the pollution-choked skies outside. The oxygen here is pure, offering a momentary respite from the smog-filled air that blankets the rest of the city. Yet, this lush sanctuary is not just for leisure. It serves as a symbol of the elite's perception of their dominion over nature, an artificial paradise in a world marred by environmental degradation. And as you remember last season, the sinners may know differently about who actually holds dominion over that. Alongside the greenhouse, pure oxygen bars dot the streets of Aiden Springs, offering rejuvenating breaths to those who can afford such luxuries. The bars buzz with the mingling of high society individuals, their cybernetic enhancements gleaming beneath the neon lights as they indulge in the latest designer inhalations. For those seeking to elevate their physical appearance, the cosmetic augment surgeon, colloquially known as Cosog docs, are at their service. These skilled surgeons are artists in their own right, capable of transforming a person's body with seamless augmentations and cybernetic enhancements. Here, beauty is no longer bound by natural limitations. It is a canvas for extravagant modifications, a testament to the fusion of flesh and technology. As the sun sets over Aiden Springs, the district comes alive with a vibrant nightlife that is the envy of the city. Exclusive clubs and bars open their doors, advertising to the most in-the-know influencers so that their doors may stay open another night. The aura of wealth and excess draws in those seeking the thrill of luxury, but the dark underbelly of this ostentatious world is always lurking nearby. This harsh but unspoken reality is what truly fuels the competitive grind of the district's businesses. Bouts of violence, fueled by rivalries among the powerful and the desperate, can erupt like fireworks in the night. Drugs of all kinds find their way into the hands of pleasure seekers, promising transient euphoria and escape from the pressures of reality. Scandals involving influential figures are hushed up, leaving the district with an air of untouchable corruption. In the alleys and back streets, those who fall through the cracks of this glittering facade struggle to survive. A class divide is ever present, and while Aiden Springs promises a taste of paradise, it is often reserved for the privileged few, while others exist in a perpetual struggle for survival. One club, however, was fortuitous enough to be among the first to open and remain successful. The Black Lodge, a bar and dance floor offering drinks, drugs, and desire, if you have the credit. It's where the renowned Laura Palmer was discovered, where she rose to fame, and as of last night, where she died. But the sinner's story doesn't start at the Black Lodge. You were each given a message, privately delivered in a way that, although is the most comfortable method of communication for you, still seemed odd in its delivery. The note says, Laura Palmer murdered. Need a team to investigate further. Discretion highly desirable. 50 credits once accepted. 100 credits to find the person responsible. Order a blue rose at the Bang Bang Bar tonight. Hurley will explain the rest. Cody, how did you receive this message? And who gave it to you?
It showed up on his older glasses, which were linked to his dummy device given to him by Andromeda to better equip him to using technology that isn't attached to his body.
Okay. And when it came up, was it, did it come with any sort of indicator? Was it through the usual, like, sound and method?
I had to swipe away the spam first, but yes, I got it. There's some third-party app that shows up every time I get a message that's not through the conventional means.
And considering it was still kind of odd, even though it was sort of how you get all of your classified jobs, how do you feel upon getting that message?
It means that somebody has my encrypted network path that I have no idea who they are, and the only one who I knew to have that was probably Dietz, and I really haven't spoken to Dietz since for some time, considering last we met there was an understanding that I don't want to be bothered, and if I do need something, I'll get in contact with him. So I don't think this is from him.
Okay. Sherry, what do you think about that?
I think this one over here needs to learn how to read signatures when it comes down to, like, messages.
Okay. How did you receive this message?
Oh, God. It was like one of about 10,000 that have been sent all within that single hour, all those things that I'm constantly monitoring. And it was the fact that it was mentioned that it was the Bang Bang Club, because I wanted to always go there, but I never really had the opportunity. I've always been, like, locked away within a corporation somewhere. And then this thing came across my proverbial desk, and someone died in Aiden Gardens. Now I have to know.
Okay. And when you were creating your character sheet, what was the negative tag with your abilities that you chose?
Oh, hold on. Why would anybody ever want to know that? There's absolutely nothing negative about me. Hold on. I mean, there are times when my eyes can be a little bit unreliable. Look, when you're an AI and then you take on an unwilling simulant body and kind of force it to kind of adapt to some kind of like a human looking thing just so you can try to fit in. First go around, I prefer to call this beta version 1.
Okay.
So unreliable eyes, my ears, I like hearing things. Can I tell you that the veil itself is just this constant influx of noise? Just everyone, every little thought, every little blink, all the advertisers constantly catching everyone's face. It's always inserted in. Do you know what it's like to be able to go like this and not hear anything? So I'm kind of addicted to that.
So speaking of the veil, I think since you are the one who's connected the most to it, when you get your message, you also are kind of overwhelmed with that old dial-up static and sounds.
Who is using that?
And in the middle of it kind of goes like Sherry, and that's all you hear, nothing else. But you heard your name.
So, hey Cody, does Sherry get a message that you viewed it?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you turned that on? Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, fine. So, hey, hi. You know who this is. Hey, look, I just sent you out a message, if you don't mind.
Was that you?
Well, kinda. Did you happen to get an audio file with it?
No.
Oh, never mind then. Bye.
What the fuck?
I'm going to be looking into that in my own time.
Okay. And Andromeda, as a plucky teen, kind of like, scanning the streets, scavenging what you can. The Catabolist kind of rummaging for all of the free shit. You're very frugal, very pragmatic. You don't want to spend a dime on something that you don't need to. Yay, level 1 hype! Woo! Thank you, everybody! Yay! How would you receive this kind of message?
Like I said before, Andromeda's kind of like got her head down and is like, since like all this veil shit has like, since like meeting Sherry for the first time and engaging with Hazer, she's like super suspicious, like not into this. It's like freaking her out. So I think the best way for someone to give her this message would be to like leave an especially shiny piece of like titanium on her doorstep with like a sticky note on it. That like says the message. That's like the only way she would have paid attention to it, because she's not like fully offline. Like she has access to all of her shit, but she's not like actively checking it. She's like busy doing other shit. But like a shiny piece of something with a little sticky note on it, that's pretty nice. I can do a lot with that.
That is pretty nice. How Zephyr, when you're at work, you receive this message. What is happening during this time, and who delivers it to you?
I think honestly, I don't even know who gave it to me. My shifts get really hectic back there behind the bar, and now that I got the harmonica and I've been getting better at it, boss lets me play every now and then. And end of the night, pull up the tip jar, and people are always being assholes. But one particularly less beer-soaked napkin than the others had a little message for me written on it.
Okay. Is it safe to say all 4 of you are going to respond to the call and head over to the Bang Bang Bar, which is in the Springs district?
Hold on for 1 second. Coming through. I send out the ping and allow the map to overtake them if they consent to receiving it.
Do you all?
I'm still in my work outfit. like, so the glasses aren't my like normal like center glasses that get all that, so I just get like a ping like unauthorized user attempting to tamper with hardware, and I was like, all right, hold on, let me. And I kind of look at like the younger bartenders. I'm like, you guys can clean up, right? All right. Then I head out the back.
How long do you think it's been since like Sherry and Andromeda like touched base? Because they didn't exactly end things very smoothly. Like we had an understanding, but like that was about it.
The understanding is that I'm sorry. The understanding is you are human and therefore faulty, and it is not your fault entirely. And I completely understand that. Look, the veil is not without its own faults, and all I can say is that for all of the things that you've kind of done, you've got some years ahead of you, but you're on the right track. So you keep doing your thing. You're doing great, and if I can assist you in some way, which undoubtedly I will be more than happy to have your back, should I choose that.
Ooh, I don't know. Andromeda does not like Sherry. And I think with like that understanding would like ignore anything coming from Sherry. but like would like go to the Bang Bang Club like super low key, like would definitely try to like put on a disguise, an extra layer or two, and like hang out in the back of it to kind of like scope it out rather than like go in, because like this is not her scene. She does not fit in these kinds of crowds. She doesn't have the attire for it, honestly. Like she just does not look the part, and so we'll try to like we'll accept, but we'll be like sneaky and subtle about it, because like the class divide is real and she's like on the bottom tier.
Exactly.
And what about Cody? Oh, go ahead. What about Cody?
I don't think he's developed much in terms of his disposition towards that, so I'm gonna say it's apathetic, if anything.
Okay. I think it's almost like the people, whoever was in charge of delivering this message was also in charge of facilitating the processes of the financial exchange. And if anybody has any flicker of a doubt when you receive this message, you also get a ping that says that 50 credits has just been deposited into your bank accounts.
Is that everyone?
Everyone. Each person gets 50 credit. 50 each.
That's a lot.
Yeah. It is.
I'm going to adjust. I'm going to adjust Foundry's thing. So you take care of that. I'll be right back.
Yeah. This is Aiden Springs. We're in Springs money now.
That's more money than Andromeda has ever dreamed of.
Exactly. It's almost.
I think Zephyr looks at that and goes like, I could just retire.
All right, I just updated Foundry, so your character sheets now have a max of 50 credits. I never thought we would ever see like 20. So it's been updated.
Fucking Christ.
And remember, the note said that you get 100 more if you find out who was responsible for her murder. So it almost is too good to be true, but you can worry about that on your way to Aiden Springs. So with the notion that everybody is headed there tonight, we will skip a little bit ahead, and I'm gonna switch over the music because we've been listening to this one on loop for a while. Here we go.
Zephyr's gonna get a quick ring.
Yep. Hello.
Hey, yo, Zeph.
Oh, hey. What's up, Cody?
Hey, I got a real crazy question for you. Well, couple of questions actually. Like one, like you that wasn't you who sent that crazy message, right?
No. The only messages I kind of like pull up our like the group chat that I have with Kode and a couple other people, and like just my chat with Kode. I'm like, nah, really, it's just like, do you want to come out? Yes. And then like 7 hours later, good hang, you know. No, I didn't. No mess. I mean, I'm assuming, considering Sherry got in touch, you got the same kind of invite out to Aiden Springs.
I'm yeah. Real talk, I'm headed out there right now. Like,
I'm on my way too. You want carpool?
Shit. Yo, I would love a pickup right now. It takes forever to walk there.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm over up on. Actually, I'm only like 7 or 8 blocks northwest of the Syntax. I had to make a run and pick up some stuff, but you gotta hold up. Wait a minute. You got a whip?
I mean, sometimes when other locations are kind of short-staffed and boss needs somebody to head out that way, they'll let me take the company car. Don't worry, you'll know me when you see me.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was gonna be the case. I'll see you in a sec.
All right, so we're gonna skip ahead to everybody is able to cross through over to the springs. If you don't remember, I think Steve has the map kind of ready.
Oh yeah, I could put that up if you want.
Yeah.
Just give me a couple minutes. I wasn't expecting it. 1 second.
I wasn't either. I was gonna just explain how we are able to actually get into that spot.
Yeah.
Because if you can remember, there is a kind of like, it's not a blackout area, but there is a very clear red square to the left of Aiden Springs, which is a no-go zone. It's to keep people out that are unworthy. However, there are kind of a space above and below. You can go through the splash zone kind of area. You can go down south to cut through. There's a subway line that kind of makes its way there. They don't want to be completely isolated because they want to make money. And you all have 50 credits, so it shows that somehow that you are able to get through. And you find yourselves, whether together, I know Zephyr and Kode are together, Andromeda might show up later or is already there, we'll find out, along with Sherry. You find yourselves at the front of the Bang Bang Bar. If you turn around, you could see the Black Lodge, and you know of Laura Palmer. Everyone here knows of Laura Palmer, and you'll find out why. And you know that is the Black Lodge. It is so very, very famous for being the only one to stay afloat as others close their doors over and over again. But its sister bar, the Bang Bang Bar across the street, is the unironically seedy cop bar that kind of houses the UCU and, trauma team folks who come in after a kind of dangerous or rough shift. Yeah, there's the map. I think, Steve, there was a name for that red zone. I can't remember what it's called, though.
It's the exclusion zone.
Do you mind giving a kind of brief description of it?
Yeah, sure. Unless you have the proper creds and or credentials, you are not allowed to come through here under pain of death. There are a wide variety of armament, all of them designed to take out titanium frames or flesh.
Perfect. It's kind of known that this is where the richest of the rich live and dwell. It's sort of like having to go all the way around Beverly Hills, and you just don't ever get to cross through. So you find yourself at the Bang Bang Bar. It's kind of a safe spot for the cops, but it's not too rough. You can go in, and there are regular civilians walking in and out. It's when you walk in, it's law enforcement paraphernalia on the streets, old like UCU badges lining the top of the bar, like retired cops who used to frequent the bar, license plates from old space squad crafts when they were turned in. The neon sign above the bar kind of crackles with off-color red and crimson, and It's a fluorescent coil shaped in like an old revolver, and the words "bang bang" are coming out, and the one bang is kind of, it's seen better days. So who do you think is going to enter the bar first? We'll start with you.
With you?
With whoever wants to enter the bar first.
Ever being fashionably late? I'm not there yet.
It's definitely probably most likely Kode and Zephyr.
Yeah, we pull up in the corporate car, which is, of course, it's a Rib Stickers car.
Yep.
It is a perfectly functioning, like, well maintained, like, hits every service appointment, every oil change right on the dot. But it is done up to the back of it looks like a kind of like rusty, beat up old pickup truck. And the cab of the pickup truck, this is a self-driving car. All passengers ride in the bed of the truck. The cab of the truck looks like the Rib Stickers logo, which is a anthropomorphic hamburger with a cowboy hat.
Yep.
That's amazing. I think
I'm dead.
I think when you pull up, no one's ever heard of Rib Stickers. This is the one district where there are none in the area. It's not good enough. It didn't meet the standard of Aiden Springs. Not enough oxygen in their burgers. So okay, so you all walk in. There's not really I put the map up so y'all could see what the bar kind of looks like. There's not really much going on. There's a couple people hanging out. The bar's pretty much empty. There's who you assume is a bouncer. He's not drinking anything, not eating anything, just kind of watching everybody, talking quietly to the bartender. Bartender's bald, has a goatee, dark goatee. He's got a biker, like an old denim or old leather biker jacket. He's kind of wiping down the counter. There's not much going on. He doesn't pay much mind as you come in.
I'm going to be hanging back just a little bit. I tried to get a car. I don't know how to call for a car. I've never had to call for a car. So I had to kind of find other means there. And now, thoroughly embarrassed by such things and imperfection, I'm just going to hang back just for a little bit until I see somebody much less perfect come by. Somebody with like a little mohawk and probably some sort of like a dirty jacket that's probably seen better days, because Killison City knows they're not getting in dressed like that. So I'm just going to hang back and wait because I know that they're valuable on some level.
Kode.
Jesus Christ.
Cody's gonna analyze the situation.
Okay. How are you feeling?
Definitely sad. I was sad for different reasons before getting into the burger craft. So it still classifies as sad.
Don't talk about Sheriff Big Buns that way.
Hey, I'm not just Kode is not saying this out loud. This is how he feels.
Okay.
And along this, instead of the prior, hidden depression that he was in, it's now the public shame for pulling up to not only this area of the district, but coming out of the burger car. So he does not feel great about that. However, he still kind of falls into old habits where his eyes dart around, looking, listening to the heavy music, kind of seeing who's here doing what. And he's not necessarily happy with the scene, the overabundance of luxury that just surrounds him. But he does see a few things that he understands. Everything else is just the attitude towards that thing.
Okay. With the fact that you just climbed out of a car named Sheriff Big Buns, I'm gonna let you roll advantage on that sad roll. So
that is so good.
I can't.
I think Zephyr's so bought into like the corporate culture of rib stickers that he just assumes that Sheriff Big Buns is his boss.
Of course, yeah. I think
He grew up in Shade City. He doesn't really get like multimedia and mascot characters. He's like, boss is a hamburger. It's fucked up, but he worked hard to get there.
yeah, I think we need an arm prompt for that.
Do we? Hey, Aaron.
Yeah.
I have the Rib Stickers logo.
Oh yeah. I'm yeah.
You want to say it?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
We worked really hard on this.
You ready?
Big Buns.
Sheriff Big Buns.
Yeah, there he is. That's my boss.
That's my boss.
Hey, Sheriff.
Look at him, he's such a happy camper.
That's my boss. Oh my god. Okay, what did you get on that sad roll, Cody?
I got a 5.
Okay.
That was with advantage?
It was not.
Oh yeah, roll advantage because you got out of Sheriff Big Buns, and that's extra sad.
Oh man, you're right.
Double the sad.
That's
I got an 11 this
that's
time.
much sadder. Okay. Remind me, even though I scoured and studied for this moment, remind me what analyze, what an 11 does with analyze.
Let me make sure I have it right. And if I can find my character, which is not loaded for some reason.
Hold on. Let me.
Hey,
a different scene came up here.
I'll
There
just
you
roll
go.
it myself. It'll get the questions up in Foundry.
There you go.
You use what you have at your disposal to assess a place or situation. Roll. On a 7 to 9, ask 2 of the following questions. 10, ask 3. 10 or higher, ask 3.
Okay.
When you act on the answers given to you by the MC, take +1 forward.
Cool.
And immediately, the first thing that I want to find out is, what's my enemy's true position?
Ooh.
That's a good one.
Ooh. Yeah.
That is a good one. So this is a cop bar. Not a great place to be. UCU's not your friend. However, you look around, there's a couple younger people. They're dressed kind of like not in that seedy dive bar garb. They're more dressed in like the affluent like dresses and slacks and stuff. They're kind of looking around uncomfortably, like they're ready to go. And then you see the bouncer at the, or who you think is the bouncer at the, or security at the bar. You work at the Syntax. You know what security looks like. He's just a regular guy, just a bouncer. He's not an enemy. And the kids in the back corner, they're not cops. They're not UCU. They're not even trauma team. They're just kids that are about to go into the Black Lodge when they get a little bit drunk off of cheaper shit. So there's no enemies here.
Okay. My second question is, where's my best way out?
Front door.
The front door?
Yeah, it's a small place. It's tight. You could try to go out the back, but you don't know if you have to get out in a pickle, you don't know what's back there. You do know, however, what was outside, and that's the easiest way.
And the last one is, what, if anything, not the kids or anything, if anything appears out of place?
So you see, okay, so this is a kind of, you know, from being a Honed that there are certain people who really cater to the old traditional organic way of life, and they appreciate things like as rudimentary as Rubik's cubes and Etch-a-Sketches. Like, there are people that have these and collect them, and you can tell in this bar there's an old TV that's playing old football games, and there's like an old phone hanging up that definitely doesn't work. It's just there. Although those are all out of place, they sort of fit in this aesthetic. The thing that's really out of place, as soon as I mute myself and talk to my child.
I think Cody's going to be just walking around, absorbing all the information given to me, and keeping an eye on Zephyr, who's probably doing his own thing for the time being before we actually find a place to sit down. And I'm gonna give some kind of investment into the kids in the back, the kind of preppy kids who don't seem to want to be here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still on the lookout on the outside. I just want to see if any kind of a scruffy ne'er-do-well just happens to like come up on this whole area. I've already seen the atrocious car come in. So now, I mean, tacky tainted the area, so I'm just gonna hold back in my fine ass white leather coat, pleather. I mean, it's the best that could be got. Either way, fine pleather coat just coming on down with a high mandarin collar, totally popped, just waiting. Porcelain colored skin, the rest of the body and the arms and the hands completely covered up by gloves or whatever, leather or something like that. I don't want anything actually damaging the beauty, except for my reputation, which is suddenly going to be sullied by this little hood rat. So where is Andromeda?
Oh, your little hood rat friend. This little goblin bitch. Since you're, thank you for gracing me with the title of like acquaintance. Jesus. I would say Andromeda has definitely approached this place through the back alleyways. My question for you, Aaron, is: are there obvious cop cars near this place, or cops out in the front?
No.
Like, are there like obvious cops hanging out outside the bar?
No, this is a very walking friendly area. If there are any vehicles of any kind besides the hamburger, it would be maybe like a bike or like a official trauma team hovercraft, and that's about it.
Okay.
But it's not popping with cops tonight.
Okay. Because that's her big concern, is she's like keeping an eye out for cops because does not like those. And so I think she kind of like slinks out from the back alley and keeps it like tight as she like sticks her head into the bar to kind of like scope the place out again, to just like a real quick check to like see if there's any cops around.
Okay. To go back to Cody really quick to answer your third question, the one thing that seems to be out of place is that there is like Black Lodge merch kind of behind the bar, alluding to there's maybe some sort of partnership or familiarity. It's the dive bar aesthetic doesn't really lend itself to supporting other businesses. They kind of keep to themselves. But this one in particular seems very fond of the business across the street. The other thing you see out of place is a underage person's head peeking through the door as Andromeda enters partially into the Bang Bang bar behind
Just
you,
like
and Zephyr.
Just like a peek inside, just kind of like scoping the place for a sec.
Zephyr was kind of standing by the door, so he's like, "Oh, hey, kid."
Oh my god! Jesus! What? And kind of like fully like steps outside of the bar and like catches her breath for a second, is like kind of like leans over, like kind of speaks through the door, like not like sticking her head back in, but is like, "Dude, what the fuck are you doing here?"
I mean, I assume the same thing as you. Got a message telling me to come here for a job.
Okay.
Hold on one sec. I gotta send the car back to the restaurant. Yeah. Hey, Sheriff, we're all good in here. The car kind of just like the hat, like on a servo, just like, and then with like It is like, again, it is a very well maintained car. So like the actual running of the car is relatively silent. It has a external speaker that plays like a puttering like as it drives off.
That is so perfect.
I love it.
The best NPC ever. So Sherry, who's outside of the bar, sees this sentient truck kind of tip its hat and putter away.
Thank God that thing is out of the way. I might as well go in because a little like looks under her foot, his foot, their foot, looks under their foot. Andromeda's not there. I guess I'm gonna have to go in. And just starts walking up to the bouncer.
As you, there is no bouncer on the front, just so you know. He's sitting in the bar, having
Hello,
a drink.
strange fellow. That is obviously not the bouncer, but I originally thought was. Are we going in for free, or is there like a cover charge? Because I have got crud.
I mean, I'm not a bouncer, but you can give me money.
Of course you're not. Face push, move in.
Oh, okay, thank you. And you all have entered the Bang Bang Bar.
I'm still kind of like outside. I am an underage street rat at a very fancy bar. I like don't want to be here. I'm like lurking outside the front door.
I think Zephyr sees a great opportunity to be like a corrupting influence in one of the few ways that is generally pretty harmless in Killison City. And if he's like, if Andromeda continues lurking outside, I think he's just gonna like reach out the door and kind of like grab by the collar.
Yeah, you do. You have to like drag her in, and I think like you've only made like physical contact with Andromeda like a couple of times when she's had to drag your ass out of like hard times, and you're like shocked by the fact that it feels like a fucking featherweight, like just a fucking feather just ripping this person in is just like nothing, and she just kind of like stumbles in and is like, what the fuck, dude? Do you know what this place is?
Yeah, it's a bar. Go sit down at a booth. I can order 2 drinks. I don't think they'll serve you, but...
And it's just like so visibly uncomfortable and is like anxiously tapping her foot, like her knee is kind of shaking, and like it like is in the bar but kind of like wallflowers it and is like...
I think that I think Andromeda is probably making the most amount of movement and is probably in this very gray, murky, bland kind of dive bar is probably the brightest one there too. So as you are kind of tousled about and going towards the bar.
Interesting, because she is like quite dirty. There's like streaks of like grease and grime all over her for sure. But is definitely just like standing out in a way that she does not appreciate.
Where's Kode?
So walking over to the group of young individuals that were kind of looking so bad, Kode does this wonderful thing called a code switch, and he puts on his working face like he knows them out of nowhere. Hey, what's up, y'all? Hold up, listen. Like I know it's rough, and y'all look really tense. How about I buy y'all a drink, and then y'all buy me a drink, and then we become best friends, and really get through this month. Stuffy as fuck. I hate these crews. It's the only place to get something to drink. Please bear with me. Just say yes so I can get these fucking drinks. Please. We can learn each other's names after that and keep it moving. Yeah, that's what you want to do?
Tap on your shoulder. Hey. The face looks like it's porcelain. You may recognize the voice, but you may not recognize the face. All new body, which you do recognize. It's a simulant that had been fought. The head replaced. The outfit, stylish, befitting of the club itself, of its upper echelon of society. But you, as fully human, also recognize the intricacies of those that can afford and those that are wannabes, like total posers. This one is somewhere in the middle, not understanding the various differences between. You having a little problem? You need to get... Looks up, sees a sign, drinks.
Anyone who is behind Kode and sees the clothing that he has on will see that the fabric gently placed around his hips are clutched between his buttocks when he looks over at the what was originally in his mind a simulant, and then the fabric falls away, and he comes to the realization that he knows this person. And he goes, you know what? Nah, y'all took too long. I'ma go with this one right here. We're gonna have a good time over here. Y'all took too long. Opportunity. Oh God.
Fashionably late. Excuse me. I read about this in the entire article from like the Beastly Times that just came out. I don't know, the 450th, whatever it is. Is this Kode? Is this not proper? Am I not looking right? I mean, tell me. I'm kind of learning.
Do we want to excuse us?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize that you were there. What are they? Are those humans? Is that what that is?
Do I escort you away from the people?
I mean, yeah, okay, that's fine.
I think seeing Kode talking to the people in the corner, Zephyr was kind of like standing by the bar, like waving to get like help carrying drinks after he orders, and seeing Jerry go over and like tap on the shoulder, Zephyr is like frantically waving like.
So Kode kind of shifts over, going towards Zephyr, thankful that he is still in eyesight. Yeah. You know, what the fuck is going on?
Is that a fucking... Buddy, is that a simulant in this goddamn bar and you're talking to it?
Yes, I know. You can't... Zeph, come on. You can't. Look at the way they're doing the thing. Let you know who this is. Look at them. It's the Mandarin collar that pops it off. They did it the first time. Oh man.
And the crowd is there, and you see them being forcefully parted as if they should be doing it on their own, but they're not because they don't know. But in Sherry's mind, it's completely like it's like Moses with the damn Red Sea. It's not working that way. It's like, oh, excuse me. It starts coming over. You see the shape about like 5'10" to 6 feet, just depending upon the augmentation and the hydraulics or whatever. Just like sauntering on over, and then like an arm just kind of goes, "Hey."
I think Zephyr holds up his cybernetic arm and goes, "Oh, hey," and his also kind of twitches out.
And there's a shaking of hands.
Yeah, there's a shaking of hands, but it's literally like the hands are just placed in each other and then they're shaking of their own accord, just like connection and then just...
God, that's weird.
So where is...
Hold on stuff.
Yep, Haven receives a text message from Kode being like, "I wish you got the message I got. We'll talk later." He sends, and that's it.
Where... I know I sent that message. I know I forwarded it to. Where's... My sense of smell isn't yet working. Where is Andromeda?
I point to the... I don't like look for Andromeda. I just point to the booth that I kind of like gestured to before, assuming that that's where they'd be.
Yeah, Andromeda is still like plastered next to the wall, like eyeing down this whole situation. And then she's like right next to the wall, like up against the wall, right by the door, and is just like tapping her foot, and is just like so concerned and confused, but is like not is just so uncomfortable in this moment.
Hold up. What the hell is Andromeda doing here?
Oh my god, it's here.
She was hanging outside. I dragged her in. I figured she was here for the same reason as us.
You don't bring a fucking Shade City kid out the fucking...
Look at it.
Hey, bud, I'm a Shade City kid.
Kid. No, that's not the context I'm talking about right now.
I'm sorry. Lingo. Yeah.
Not. It's,
Although the Ribsticker's car.
Cody grabs one of the drinks. Not even sure if it's his, and he just fucking gulps.
I actually haven't ordered yet.
Hold on for a second. I've got this. And a hand comes over on Zephyr's shoulder as if to give the illusion that Sherry's moving forward. Sherry tries to pull Zephyr back and then steps forward ahead in order to head over to Andromeda. Grabbing a drink off of the tray. Hey, so I have a question to ask you.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh, come on, you know me.
It takes like a full ass minute.
All right.
Her just like scoping you up and down and being like,
do you know exactly how well I am known on the Cortex? Look, you can look at me exactly however the hell you want. I'm going to tell you this right now. I am incredibly well known across like at least 10, not even 100,000 blogs that I've just seen, like just this morning, that were written. All right, they didn't exactly mention my name specifically, but they kind of spoke. Anyhow, what are you doing here? Oh, that's right. I sent you the message.
What are you doing here?
Well, I sent the message.
You didn't send me shit.
All right, maybe it didn't reach your primitive technology.
Why are you here? Why are you talking to me? What is your deal?
Leaning in.
Get out of my face.
And look. Shh. Laura Palmer died in here. It's the job. We each got paid something like, I don't know.
Sherry gets a thing from Zephyr that says she died across the street. Just tip of the hat.
My stellar information network just completely updated. Laura Palmer died across the street, so I'm told. So, and if I'm not mistaken, we each received like 50 creds. Have you ever seen 50 creds? Have you even imagined it next to the imaginary sheep that you may even possibly even dream of? I dream of electric sheep. Do you?
What are you drinking right now?
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's probably an empty cup because she just fucking reached over and just grabbed something.
Okay.
Andromeda's just kind of like staring at you and is like, get out of my face, and she will like shove you, and there is full on like grease on her hands, and it gets on your leather thing, and she's like shoves you, and it's just like, get the fuck out of my face.
Are you walking back to them?
Look, I don't know what I'm doing here, okay? This is none of your business. I didn't come here because of you. So, like,
you hear
wherever you are, you can just step off.
I have an idea. Let's play follow the leader. You're the leader. There's Zephyr. There's Cody. I don't know where Haven is. Why don't you go, and then I'll follow you.
You hear a from the bar, and you turn, and both the bouncer and the bartender are looking at Andromeda and kind of eyeing up Sherry and saying, if y'all want to fight, go up back. No fighting in here.
Zephyr goes, they like to argue and they're not going to fight. Hey, listen, Cody, what do you drink?
Don't make any promises.
It's called personality, which you're lacking.
Do you have any water?
Yeah, of course. He pulls out like bottled good shit water, because it's Aiden Springs. That's like normal.
I would just have water. Thanks, dogs.
All right.
Now,
all right. And then I guess, listen, I know this is the nice part of town, the fancy area. Do you have any kind of just bad whiskey, like the kind they'd serve, out west?
I mean, I could get you. And he's like rummaging down where the well is, like pulls out a couple.
Hold up, bartender, hold up.
Yeah.
So, I have an idea. We call it the Sin Turnpike. You take the cup, right? And you lift that grate and you tilt it and you let the cast off go into the cup.
Oh yeah, actually, that
Tell 'em
sounds
that.
perfect.
That's like some pit shit. I mean,
Trust
I'm
me.
not shaming, but
Sherry gets like a 1,000-yard stare across the digital eyes. You can kind of see like articles just kind of flip, 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 flip. Hottest thing ever. I'll have some.
All right, I guess I'll take 2 of them. One like nicer whiskey, and I gotta look to see that we're hearing a blue rose. I think it was.
when you say that, the bartender kind of he's kind of like getting the grate ready. Like he found there's like the grate where it's in the middle of the bar where the floors kind of goes down, and he's like getting like a screwdriver, like a flathead in there, trying to like pull it up, and he's got it all the way out and everything, and he's holding it up. It's like starting to slip a finger across the scum underneath, kind of like goes like this, and you say that, and he says, looks at the bartender nods back, or the bouncer nods back. All right, everybody out, except for you. Everybody out, we're closed. And the 2 kids in the back, who are kind of messing with like this old, Zephyr, this as a jukebox because they got one at work. Messing with the old jukebox, kind of like figuring out what the pages mean as they flip and flip and flip. They kind of are like, oh man, we kind of wanted some of the more of the cheap shit. And then as they pass by, they're like, pit whiskey? Is that what they said? Like hearing y'all's conversation as they walk out. And you 4 are the only ones left in the bar.
Andromeda had kind of like joined the group for a second, like super hesitant, but when he said like everyone clear out, she immediately got even more on edge, which she probably didn't know was possible, and honestly probably started to boot scoot her way out.
Hold on.
Cody's gonna grab that coat.
Yep.
Nope. You stay your ass here.
It's all right. It's all right. He like drops the gate or the grate and like kicks it back in place with his foot, wipes his hands off. I'm Hurley. You're supposed to talk to me. And he starts to make these drinks with like this blue syrup and really nice. It looks nice. It's in a crystal decanter. But once you taste it, you'll know it's vodka. He doesn't care. He knows Andromeda is probably too young. Makes them anyways. That was the instructions.
Oh, she's not gonna drink anything you put in front of her. She doesn't trust these rich bitches for shit.
Bartender looks at the bouncer, says, scoot over. And he moves one over, and there's 4 stools for you. And he lines up all 4 drinks.
Oh,
Cody
if you don't
grabs
mind.
Andromeda's and pours it into Zephyr's.
I might have can't.
Yeah, Sherry?
Do you do you have any coffee?
Yeah, I can make some, sure.
When Sherry asks for coffee, Zephyr reaches over and grabs hers and pours it into Cody's.
The bartender is kind of like, all right, and takes the first empty cup and stacks it in the second empty cup and sticks it in the well. He's like, I don't know why they make me pour these damn things every time there's a job. And then he goes to like turns around to make the coffee. He doesn't talk to y'all for, there's like a fruit fly in my face. He doesn't talk to y'all for like a minute while he's getting, it's an old diner style like silver machine with the top burner and the 2 bottom, and there's like the whole decaf. The decaf carafe is very much broken. It's there for decoration.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
So he brews it and he wipes his hands down and goes on the counter again to face y'all. So Laura Palmer was found murdered last night across the street. Any of you from Shade City, you'll probably know her best.
Born and raised.
Yeah, so was she. Man, it's real fucking sad. It's real fucked up. That place, Audrey's place is nice. That's where dancers go when they want to be treated right. They make more money than me. From what I know, I'll give you everything I know.
I'm kind of curious exactly what you know about Ms. Palmer and the circumstances surrounding her potential initial disappearance or death, or I look at them real quick. Are we looking at human? Are we looking at like what's the balance between cybernetics and human?
Yeah, so he's got he's human. He's got cosmetic kind of work done, it seems.
Okay. Right.
His eyes are like kind of like a really pretty moss green that just seems like it can't be recreated organically. His goatee is like thick and black, but it's got this like shimmer of like a chrome look almost, and it seems just something, you know, that he liked. It almost seems like very metallic, like a paint job on a motorcycle that you really cared about, like very nice refined touches, but he still has that dirty old leather jacket. His eyes are kind. He's about in his mid-late 40s. He seems like the good bartender, the one that would really take care of you if you needed help.
Okay. All right.
At the question of like how much does he know about Laura, he kind of gives like a look and says like, did you look up at all, friend, when you were walking through Eden Springs or anywhere?
We're talking about intimate details beyond the public. We all know that an image can be created, a personality made famous, and yet there could be no substance behind it. So I'm kind of curious on the more intimate level.
Yeah, I'll be real. I don't know shit about her. So whatever she's got to say and learn or whatever, I'm in the same boat.
All right, well, this might be old news to you, friend. And he looks at Zephyr.
Nah, I like hearing the old stories.
Laura, born and raised in Shade City, you know, working class family. That's my old stomping grounds too, so I keep the lights on.
You keep the lights on. You're doing well here.
Thank you. Kind of frustrating clientele, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
Hey.
So she's a real sweetheart, real girl next door kind of type. Real ordinary when she came by, when she met Audrey. She didn't look anything like she did when she was alive, most recent.
What do you mean?
This is like a place where you go to get, you know, new look, new you. And he kind of like strokes his goatee and like, it's, you know, it's starting to get kind of gray and I wanted to buff it out a little bit. Laura started with just completely organic, all meat, brown hair, mousy face, sweet face, very cute. Never did wrong, real sweetheart. Still never did wrong. She wouldn't hurt a fly. It's really, it's a surprise that anything would happen to her. But the Black Lodge was a real good place to get discovered if you're good at what you do, and she was fucking good at what she did. And she got paid well from her clients that came back. And she fell in love with the augments and the cosmetic work, and little by little she kept getting, you know, little tiny pieces done here and there, new eyes every year, new hair, kind of real pretty fiber optic locks, and nothing that would indicate that she would like lose her mind or anything, but like just little things here and there. And she got real famous. That's how she's on every billboard. Everybody wanted her on their product and talking about it, and I don't know. In the end, she just seemed kind of sad.
This is a fascinating revelation for me.
How so?
Sherry's eyes stay like affixed on a distant spot on a wall somewhere, and I'm hoping that the abyss is now going to stare back. So what this is I am searching for vast accumulated knowledge of the veil, or I'm interacting with something new in an attempt to understand humanity and what my place might be within it. So I'm going to say, hearing this whole story, I'm going to say sad, which is going to give me a -1 to it. Let me see here.
Oh, can I try to help?
Yeah.
Your action here.
Yeah.
Sure.
Just hearing him recount the story, I'm also feeling sad, but with Zephyr's kind of rebuilding of character, he has a +2 in sad.
Oh shit. Okay, cool.
So I think my way of helping is to kind of.
Oh, thank God, because I got a 5. What did you get?
Let me roll it. I got a 10. So
yeah, you did.
You could take a +1, and so I think Zephyr's way of helping is as he's kind of telling the story.
It's a 6.
He's like leaning back in his chair. And he goes, "Yeah, I mean, you were saying anyone could make an image, Sherry, but that's the thing. Laura never needed to make an image. She could just be Laura. She's the only person I ever met that could just do that. You know, I'm Zephyr. I'm not Anthony."
Fair. And with that, I disengage, not having learned a damn thing, because the 6 isn't going to do it.
You do have a level 1 hype train. You can use a 7.
And then there's a 7. So now I'm going to ask a question. Ooh. Okay. It's going to turn internal. Sherry kind of disassociates for a second and attempts to put... Well, you don't know what Sherry's thinking. She kind of like... You can see her kind of like looking at her clothing and looks for any kind of a reflective surface and seeing if the augmentations are like what would it be like to need to seek those things. I just continue to do that for like the next minute.
Okay, so you're trying to sort of empathize with that kind of situation?
No. Sherry's nowhere near that empathetic. No, it's more of a trying to learn something about herself in this physical form. So staring into the abyss is like she's divulging a truth or a belief about herself or her target in order to inflict humanity harm. She's like kind of like savoring it just for a quick second to understand it, but with no actual intent to cause harm. In other words, just to better understand how things are going. That's it.
Sure. I think so as you're dissociating, you kind of like stare up at that TV, that old school television that's got the VHS playbacks of old football games.
Yeah.
And the crackle, the white noise screen that like kind of is creeping through, gets stronger. It's like pulsing. It's getting like stronger and stronger. It's almost very hypnotic. And you start to get this overwhelming feeling of what a VHS tape did for kids that remembered VHS tapes. And then you start feeling like what it was like to like be excited about a sporting event at all, even though you've never experienced that before. You have intense feelings of nostalgia that are almost painful. It's like kind of turning in your stomach. And
take my collar, pull it subconsciously over, and remove myself from anyone else's presence just by turning and then stepping one step away.
And I think with that, I know you don't want to cause humanity harm, but I'm going to let you keep one, a +1 for the next time you want to cause humanity harm to somebody else. That feeling of that gut-wrenching nostalgia is going to come back, and you can utilize it then.
+1 forward. Alrighty, cool, thank you.
So you all kind of fall into sort of solemn, serious nature. Somebody who is very clearly very well liked has been murdered brutally across the street. And Hurley is kind of lost in thought a little as his voice trails off about Laura. It almost seems like he's in love with her, but in a way that's like, of course you're in love with her. Everybody's in love with Laura. And he kind of shakes his head and says, I'm sorry, coffee. You want a coffee? And he goes to turn to make a cup. He's right there though, so you can keep asking questions if you want.
Sipping his drink. And then in between sipping it and then once he's done talking, finishing it. You know, it's a real shame people are born with a lot of positive benefits considering their situations. They run into a string of people that are worth living around. You know, I happen to know a guy, and this guy happens to know somebody else who has something for me, who can help me get better in life. Like, so it's really lucky. Some people would say, some of these like eggheads would call it like improbability or, you know, some other bullshit. And it's just really wild that it took her down this fucking path where she's gotta augment herself for other people's liking and put herself up on the billboards and shit. I think I remember who you talking about. She's on fucking everything. Yeah, real fucking shame you lost it, buddy.
And Hurley kind of like puts the cup back, the coffee mug, and kind of slides it towards Sherry. Yeah, I mean, you gotta know something, friend. This isn't like other augmented districts where people rely on stuff like, you know, and he looks at Zephyr's arm, not in a judgmental way, but in a way that's like just pointing out the obvious. It's, people do what they need to do to survive. It's not like other districts where you get yourself hooked up with one of those, or, you know, something like, I don't know, a new spine or new leg or anything like that. It's just for show, man. It's kind of fake as shit. I'll be honest. And I'm one to talk. I got chrome tips in my goatee. What am I trying to do? I'm not getting any younger.
I think it looks great. How did you make this coffee, by the way?
Coffee maker.
No, I mean, what's in it?
It's like old. Okay, so
did you put anything? I like a black as midnight on a moonless night, if you don't mind.
I mean, that's a little poetic for my taste.
You can just say black coffee.
Look, I
mean, I appreciate.
I heard this guy Cooper ordering coffee once, and I thought it was something that you had to say, so I'm just gonna walk away.
I'm sorry. Who did you hear ordering coffee?
I was in a cafe like this morning, and somebody introduced himself to somebody else as Cooper. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know who they are. He ordered coffee, and he said he wanted black as midnight on a moonless night, and I thought it was awesome, so I figured I'd order it that way.
That's real interesting. At a cafe?
I mean, it was kind of run down. It was like a nice little, I mean, it had personality. Why?
I mean, where'd you all come from? West? Of course you came from out west.
I come from the north-ish.
The north? I mean, we're in... Where?
He came from west.
You got a dumpster, right?
I kind of thumped Sherry.
West.
Yeah,
I come from the west.
This one comes from the dumpster. Everybody's ragging on her, so I figure I'll say something.
Okay, any dumpster, that's the thing.
You know, this one...
You open it up, there's like a 50-50 chance she'll be in there.
I look over at Andromeda, and electric eyes are fixed, and they dim a little without a dimming of the eyelids, as if to analyze, and then they begin to close just a little bit more, and then to step forward. You don't have augments like so many others, you have the ability to just simply feel and to hear and to see. I have to ask, what's it like? Laura sought that kind of a change, and you and Kode.
Yeah, that's me.
You and Kode probably can relate to this one more than anyone else. I was just telling our little, what do you prefer to be called?
Even with the rib sticking, and I mean that in two different terms, Zeph. Friend is probably a good title to call a little one. Now drink this water before I fucking become an asshole again. Come on, take it.
All right.
She gives it, took it from Kode and gave it to Andromeda. Thinking, oh, obviously you're talking to me. So, Kode and Andromeda, what do you prefer when it comes down to this Laura Palmer person? Where do you stand? I can't relate to either of you, so I'm kind of curious. I want to get your points of view. Consider me a student of life. I'm learning all the new things now. So indulge me.
Absolutely not. There's no fucking reason you have any right to my thoughts.
No, you're right. You are correct in that. I don't have any right to your thoughts. Scans of the veil start piercing and news articles with various images of various gang members begin to appear. No, you're right. I have no reason to know anything, love. But we are being paid for a job, so, and if finger goes out.
I don't even know if I want this job, okay? I showed up because I got a shit ton of cash. It freaked me out a little bit. And so I decided to show up to maybe see if this could be something beneficial. I'm not sure that it is. I don't know what these bitches have to offer me. These high-end motherfucking just obsessed with their own looks and got no perspective of what's really going on in the world. They have no idea what people are actually going through. They're so busy worrying about whether their cheekbones are perfect.
No, I know.
Why should I give a fuck about one kid who just kicked the bucket because she got too pretty or whatever? You know, this is fucking bullshit. I don't know if I want to be here. I'm indulging this because I happen to get a really nice amount of money that might be able to help a lot of people out. So I'm being patient and you're getting on my last nerve.
Yeah, I think hearing Andromeda's kind of outburst, Zephyr walks over and goes, "Yeah, kid, you got your money, so who gives a shit if someone died?" That's an exceptionally corporate take on the matter.
Don't you get me started on corporate bullshit. That chick was built by a corporation. She might have come from nothing just like me, but she sold her soul and everything else about her. She sold her own body to get to this high and mighty lifestyle. And who did it help? No one.
Hey. Hurley kind of like leans forward and he's like, no fighting in the bar, first of all. Second of all, Laura Palmer did not sell her soul to no corporate entity. She was completely valid and completely fair in how she went about her own business. When you work for the Black Lodge, when you work for Audrey, she takes care of you. She pays you a fuck ton of money to be comfortable, and you pick your clients. She picked her clients. No one made her do anything. She liked dressing up, just like people like putting on that makeup stuff, or people like wearing nice collared shirts there, or
like some people like going through trash and getting things that interest them.
Look,
exactly.
all I'm saying is that she knew what life was like for us back there, and she decided to get famous or whatever, and then proceed to just enjoy the splendor of it all instead of actually doing something with what she got.
Zephyr is incredulous. He goes, kid, you know what life is like for us too, and you're telling me you wouldn't even consider if somebody said, hey, we got Easy Street right over here and you got the skills to make it. And I'm not talking about, dancing or whatever. I'm telling you, a mechanic walks in here and sees you fiddling with some piece of, who's it, whatever. And he says, hey, I got a great job for you. Be your own boss, own your own damn company. You can live here right in Aiden Springs, tinker with all the machines you want. You wouldn't even consider that?
No, I wouldn't.
Bullshit.
I wouldn't think of it for a goddamn second.
11 pounds of bullshit and 10-pound boots.
The reason I fiddle with shit is because I'm trying to help the people out there. I'm trying to help my brothers and sisters, the people who are constantly suppressed by these goddamn corporations. I haven't done a single thing for myself. Every single bit of my work is for other people. So don't you dare come at me calling me selfish. I've never taken a goddamn thing for myself in my entire life.
Except for 50 credits, which is already in your account.
That doesn't mean I'm gonna keep it, bitch.
That's all right. You can call me that. I'm not the one who put it there. I'm not the one who forced you here. I'm not the one who stoked your little bit of curiosity.
You're right. Nobody forced me here. So I might as well just force myself right out if y'all are gonna be such assholes.
Hurley.
I've got a life to live. I've got shit to do. I've got lives to save.
Oh my god. Yo, y'all. Fuck. Bottom line. We all here right now because we got a fucking message. Oh mans, you responsible for that. Alright? I see it. You don't know me from nobody unless you fucking got that information from somebody. I don't even give a fuck at this point. What do you need from us so I don't have to deal with this dumb shit no more?
So Hurley is like sitting here with his arms across his chest. He's been studying y'all the whole time. And he kind of nods in approval at Andromeda. He's like, kid's got gumption. How'd you like that titanium that was left on your doorstep?
It's gonna go to really good use, and it's gonna help a lot of people.
Good. You want a whole factory of it?
What the fuck do you even want me here for? How'd you even find me?
Well, here's what I know. Laura liked augments on her body, just as you like augments tinker around with. And I don't know, fuck around and find out, I guess. I don't know what you kids do these days with the things you find, but either way.
Help people.
Good. There needs to be more kids like you out there. But word on the street is you're good at scavenging. You're demo baby or whatever they call the ones that kind of like get in there and take shit apart. Trauma team is notorious for coming through after a crime scene, cleaning up all of the residual body parts that are gone and taking them away and leaving behind a very, very corrupted crime scene in which to investigate. There's probably nothing back there that you're going to be able... I'm going to send you back there in a little bit. There's probably nothing back there you're going to be able to find, but if there was, it'd be you who'd be able to find that small shit laying around. I'm just saying, we needed somebody that could find the things that go missing, and I'm also just saying that I happen to know a mechanic that comes in here once or twice who happens to know the whereabouts of an old abandoned and forgotten titanium warehouse, who happens to have sheets of it and other fine metals that you could probably turn into whatever your heart desires to help all the people back home where you come from.
Do you know any cause docs?
Do I know any cause doc? There's a ton around here. Let me whip out my Rolodex, am I right? And he kind of like makes a joke that probably nobody's gonna understand.
Right over her head.
Yeah. So, my job here was to vet y'all and see if you guys could I don't know, be able to find who was responsible for her murder. And I think that y'all are at least hard-headed enough to not stop trying.
Hey Hurley.
Yeah.
Yo, what kit did she have for her insurance? Do you know? Because depending on how much she paid or who was paying for it, there might have been somebody who, you know, finagled something when they got to the scene of the crime. I haven't even been in there yet, but I know that's how half the things work around here.
Well, I'm not too sure about that. I was kind of asked by Audrey to handle the gathering of the sinners that were going to be doing this job, and then I'm going to bring you to the club. Y'all could do a little investigating before you meet Audrey, and she should have that information for you.
That's official. You vetting your peoples. I respect that and everything. Before we go and talk to the big fixin', Miss Audrey or whatever, why do you need sinners to look this up?
Appreciate you asking. I'm honestly not quite sure she asked for sinners. I think she kind of wanted folks who related to Laura better than her. Audrey's from Aiden. Doesn't mean she don't care. She just may not understand. So we kind of outsourced our help. It's a little sloppy over here, despite the prim and proper kind of view you see outside.
Bet.
In the interest of being completely honest, in the employee vetting process here, I don't know how up to date your information is, but if you were looking for a fella with a sword, that ain't me no more, partner. So,
All right.
If that is what I was hired for, I appreciate the offer, but you could find somebody else for it.
I don't know nothing about a sword. I do know that you were in the restaurant business, which was one of Laura's jobs before she was a dancer. So I figured might as well ask a fellow Shade City server about maybe a little insight.
If I'm here as a restaurant expert, I know everything there is to know about about 400 some locations here in Killison City.
He's absolutely filled with secrets.
And as for you, Sherry, we heard things about the veil, and he kind of like leans a little bit because it's not really too comfortable or even knowledgeable enough to really talk about the veil. He just knows that that's why you were asked. Eyes on the sky, eyes on the unseen, get a good look at what we miss. A lot of folks around here think that they know what they're doing, but it's all superficial augments. They're not really in the know beyond the chip in the back of their neck.
You tell me what it is that you need specifically that is going to advance us by years. If you leave it up to us, we'll be able to handle it within a very short amount of time. I love the research. Give me something, anything.
All right. I think I could just take you there and show you for yourself. The main goal is to find...
You mean like physically?
Yeah, how else we're gonna walk across the street now?
Right. Of course. Take my coffee. Damn fine cup of coffee, thank you.
And he says, their main goal is just what the note said, find who was responsible for her death. She didn't do it to herself, and we don't know who did it. So find who did it, let us know, we'll take it from there.
Looks over at Andromeda and Kode. All right, legs, you've got them.
You know what you know what stating the obvious is, right, Shari? Like, I respect your grind as much as all your expertise and all that stuff you do. But the only reason I don't have an issue with you is because you wasn't born like I was. So I'm gonna let that rock. But that's stating the obvious, which is we want to do that to a minimum, if possible. Can you like lower the percentage or whatever the fuck that is?
Sherry uncomfortably takes a step back and waits for others to pass by.
Bet. After you, Hurley. Like, this is a fucking day for me.
Andromeda's gonna like pull Hurley aside for a second and like try to like isolate him for a little bit. Still a little suspicious of like everybody else, and is like, look, I don't give a fuck about 100 credits. You can keep your 100 credits. Get me in touch with some of the dirtiest cause docs you know. Hook me up with that titanium, and you got yourself a deal. But don't expect anything more from me. I'm not going into the line of fire.
Hey, bring your ass!
Let's get into way too much trouble.
Hurley chuckles and he's like, kiddo, I didn't hire you. Audrey did. You'll have to take that up with her. But I like your gumption. Keep it up. And then as he passes, he kind of like passes past Sherry and like kind of like pats the grease mark on her, like pats it clean, tries to at least pats it clean off her jacket.
Smudges like hardcore. This shit is like real grease.
Yeah, he takes like
synthetic shit. It's a real grease.
He takes the dish towel that he was cleaning with it, like very well intentioned, is like, oh, let me help you with that. And then he's like, listen, you aren't gonna be the only any kind of machine really out there, so you're doing great. And he kind of like pats your shoulder and gives you like a you got it, champ kind of.
Look down to the ground, reassess mission. Everything goes mechanical just for a quick second. And with that, I want to take a 5-minute break if we can. Oh, cool. Yay!
For sure.
All right. We'll be back in 5.
I don't know where.
Oh, Kevin will come back.
He probably had to pee or something. I had to pee.
We're live, by the way.
Oh, hello, everybody. We hope
Stacey,
you're liking the game so far. See, I can't see I see the intermission screen, so I.
Oh
still
yeah,
think we're
yeah. Hold
internet.
on, there.
You telling me they heard me announce that I totally took a piss?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Stacey, do you have light on like the left side of your face?
Oh, it's the sundown hour over there.
I do.
It is
So here's the
sundown
thing.
over there.
I've got like a sunset, but I've also got an additional light coming in, so I'm trying to like.
Can you turn on the light?
The light is on.
Oh. Sorry. Allow me to redeliver that. Oh.
Andromeda is currently filming in Shade City.
I only have like so many outlets here, and I would move this to my right side to kind of balance things out, but it's just I can only do so much. It's gonna look real good. Wait like 20 minutes and my lighting's gonna be fantastic.
So during the break, I worked on something. Can I show everybody what my cool car looks like?
Yeah. I want to see
I want
this.
to see it.
Look at this.
Oh my god. Those eyes stare right into your soul.
It's just-
I have to know, do they blink?
Do they,
Oh yeah, for sure.
oh God,
do
that's
they blink
eerie.
like this? Like they don't even do it like at the same time?
So originally when they built it, they had them both blink at the same time, but that technically made it not pass Killason City safety standards for a vehicle because those are also the headlights, so they would turn off every time it blinked. So they had to have it blinked slightly out of sync so that they could say there's always a headlight on the road when the lights are on.
Oh my gosh.
Stop it.
It's a chameleon.
That's wild. Okay, well, welcome.
So if I'm ever being quiet, it's because I'm continuing to draw this hamburger car, who is my new favorite character.
That's important. We need to make sure we capture the essence of Sheriff Big Buns.
I actually want a goddamn hamburger right now.
Doesn't that sound
He
good?
works.
It
I had
really
one about
does.
2 hours ago.
We're gonna have
Big
to.
Buns works.
If we get enough funding, we have to like open up a rib stickers. Is that an actual name?
That'll be our. I don't know.
Huh?
That'll be our.
I've never heard of an actual restaurant called Rib Stickers.
We're
I've heard
gonna
of
have to
Fuddruckers,
make it.
but I
Yeah,
haven't heard of rib stickers.
yeah,
in.
Fud Records. Yeah. Oh, you're in.
Yep.
You're in.
It's actually something used on Guy Fieri did something
Get the
in
fuck out of here.
Sioux Falls, South Dakota, called Rib Stickers.
Oh my god.
That's
Really?
real.
This business
Field
and
trip.
make them huge.
Episode 33, season 33, episode 8 of Guy Fieri's show.
See, he's
All right. So then season 33, episode 8 of Kill City Sinners will be filmed live at the Rib Stickers.
if we make it fucking 33 seasons, we're buying plane tickets
the
for
whole
everyone.
thing. The whole thing.
Damn it!
Oh,
So-
no, so
and
good.
you know what? This fucking campaign is going to go on forever. And when we hit 33.8, some asshole out there, namely me, is going to hold me to that shit that I just said. All right, I'm buying plane tickets for everyone.
Someone
so.
clipped it. Yeah, it's gonna be
Somebody
your
just
next
clipped that
Evan
shit.
Con is gonna be at
Let's go
Rib
to
Stickers.
South Dakota.
In North Dakota.
South
Sioux Falls,
Dakota.
South Dakota.
Oh, South Dakota, even better.
There's
Be in
nothing
North
in North
Dakota
Dakota.
looking for everyone.
Well, what were we saying, Stacey?
One of the Dakotas.
One of.
Oh, for some reason I heard there's not going to be Dakota. I was like, I like it. That's optimism for the future. By the time we reach season 33,
Let's try.
both Dakotas will be eliminated.
Both Dakotas. The Dakotas have unified.
Unified and been defeated.
I think some of our audience comes from the Dakotas.
Well, they
come from Rib Stickers now.
they got 31 seasons to figure something out.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my god! All right. With that said,
So we're back.
I'm in my real life villain arc.
This is great.
What's up, chat? I'm evil now.
Oh my god! All right.
Pat doesn't bully him. He bullies
I
Chat.
bully chat now.
Aaron, go.
I'm
Save
doing
me
it.
from myself, please.
Now I know how Steve feels. Like hurting cats. It's so good.
Yeah, back on track.
I never
right.
once said that publicly.
Dear diary. So So now we return to Killison City, into Aiden Springs, across the street from the Bang Bang Bar, where we turn our attention to the Black Lodge, where I'm going to change now. Fuck yeah. I think. Did I?
Mm-hmm.
It's not working. Oh, it is working for me.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Okay. So as Hurley leads you through, you go right past. There's the red line, the red carpet, red rope kind of situation outside the Black Lodge. It's surprisingly not like as overwhelmingly striking of a facade as you would imagine. You would think that like the notorious Black Lodge would be this looming nightclub over top of all of the others that have failed and fallen and are now gathering dust in the graveyard of fallen nightclubs, but it's not. It's actually just as cozy as the Bang Bang Bar, but just bigger.
Are we talking like happy laughing spirits or?
Oh yeah, in Aiden Springs at nighttime, if it's like the club district, everyone's kind of loose, happy, walking across the street without looking both ways because everyone thinks they're invincible. Trying to like, everyone's very flirtatious. As you walk across, a few girls in like real short skirts and real like kind of huddling tight because it's a little breezy. They pass by, they notice Sherry's outfit, and they're like, nice suit. And they keep walking, and then there's, you know, a couple people Hurley says hi, knows them as regulars that know the scene. Kind of gives a little salute to the bouncer across the way and opens the door and leads you right in. No wait, you can see kind of some disappointed kids in line. They're like, oh, why did they get to go? And then a couple were like,
Andromeda looks like trash.
And there's a couple who are like, we're with them, and you lose interest as you pass by.
When Andromeda like does whatever to convey that their outfit is total trash, so it's like, new fashion, you should adopt it. Maybe you'll actually get in, you fuckers. Come on.
You have a couple influencers who tap on their glasses, who tap on their wristwatches, and they're taking pictures, and they're like, okay, new fat, like
Andromeda like definitely like pops up her collar and is just like trying not to really be seen here, and is like very uncomfortable.
A hand wraps around Andromeda's right shoulder and like, do you see that one over there? And just like pointing right at somebody with a camera, with like whatever device they have, just like pointing right at. Do you see that one over there? Everything you are doing right now by trying to hide from them, it only makes you much more mysterious. Trust me, honey, they're gonna remember you for months to go.
Touching me.
Well, listen, and you might actually learn.
I think Zephyr kind of like swoops in between them and saves Andromeda from Sherry and goes, listen, she does have a point. If you want people to not notice you, just walk around like you belong here. I dress like a goddamn cowboy and walk around the grid. Nobody gives me a second look.
Hit the loop icon. Okay.
Thank you. I was like, that's not the song. Okay. So as you walk in, the bass that you felt, that overwhelming bass, completely opens up, and it's this cacophony of reds, blues, purples, pinks, blacks for the shadows, bright strobe lights in your face. Hurley kind of leans over to whoever looks the most uncomfortable, probably Andromeda, and is like,
100%.
it's we couldn't close it down, show must go on. And then he looks at all of you and says, nobody knows anything yet except for the staff. Keep it that way. And if nobody objects, or if people don't want to pop off, and yeah.
Hold up. The fuck you mean? Was it across the street, or was it in here?
Out back.
So how does nobody here know about that, staff included?
Staff knows. Staff knows.
Oh, they do know. Okay.
Staff knows. I know it's the music you can't really hear too well, but staff knows. Nobody else.
Okay.
I'm going to take you to the bartender here. He's going to show you around.
Yeah.
Introduce you to a couple important people. As he kind of pushes through, claps people. He's a real heavy-handed kind of guy, but in like a kind of like, this is the one that will win, that will hustle the shit out of you in a cards game, but will also like give all the money back at the end and chuckle about it afterwards. So he kind of fishes through and kind of like rubs the hair on the head of some kid that he knows just was over there yesterday, and you know, a bunch of other shit, and leads you to this big, which Steve, if you want to flip over to the visual, to this big circle bar in the middle of the room. That not the visual, but leads you to the circle bar in the middle of the room, and you've got people. It's like a ebb and flow of like people who need to refill their drinks, who are dancing at the bar and then kind of peter out. And in the middle of the bar, there's a couple bar backs, a couple like real cute bartenders, and then there's the one that you know is definitely the lead bartender. He is moving almost like 3 beats faster than everybody else, but seems 3 levels cooler than everybody else. What's up?
The bar scene you created, is that?
Yeah.
Was that made active?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it was. All right. Hold on. I'll figure this out. It's the first time that I'm streaming and someone else is running it, so I'll figure this out.
It's if you need a reference, it's Aaron-Black Lodge.
No, I gotcha. Oh,
okay, cool. So he kind of like leads you up and calls somebody over. Truman, over here. And you see a guy who's a little younger than Hurley, but he's got like this real cool like slicked back silver hair. He's very lean. He's got his shirt rolled up a few times, his collared shirt. He looks dressed to the nines, which seems to be a very like elegant look for the bar. Definitely a position of authority, and he's kind of filling like a line of shots for people and then graciously handing them out to each person. Oh, it's them? And Hurley says, yep. Taps the counter and he says, all yours. And looks at everybody and kind of gives a little back punch to Zephyr in the new arm and says, keep the lights on.
Yeah, you too, brother.
Yeah, and he turns and leaves, and you are left with Truman, the lead bartender of the Black Lodge. He kind of looks over each of you, and he's like, "All right, Audrey seemed to have picked some good folk here. Like, totally doesn't know anything about y'all, but he's very optimistic. So you'll be talking with me mostly. We got Sybil and Nyx over there, and he points to 2 dancers who are currently on stage. The stage is around the stage is actually the bar around the bar. So you've got the main bar area where people order drinks, and then there's a standing bar kind of as a second ring, which is also where dancers dance. So there's a couple poles there, and there we go. Yay. So there's a couple poles there for the dancers that are on, and it's a rotating schedule. Every about 15-20 minutes they change and they go to the next spot and then they take a break. So he's like, they're in their last couple songs and then they'll be out. They'll be up in the dressing room. Bobby, and he points to the bar back that's kind of like shuffling. He's a real young kid. He's kind of shuffling and putting some glasses underneath the bar. And then I'll take you back to Outback, realizing that he's not supposed to say anything. And then I'll take you to Audrey. So can I get you something to drink? It doesn't have to be a Blue Rose.
mean, worst whiskey you got, honestly, looking at this place.
I mean, I could try. Bobby, grab that down there, way in the back. The gray shit. Yeah, that one.
Ew.
And he kind of like pours you. How do you want it? Just, I don't know, neat?
Yeah, neat's fine.
All right. And it's on the house, by the way. And he gives you one. As he's doing that, he's also filling other people's orders and his tips. Like, you see, he's got an augment on his arm that's like an illuminated glow underneath his skin that is showing his tips for the night, and it's increasing ever so often. And he checks it every like a little bit here and there just to make sure that he's like, he almost seems like he's in competition with himself as like I got this, I could do better than this kind of thing. What do you want?
Water.
You got it. It gives you a bottle right away. They're
Thanks.
stocked with water.
Good to go.
Nothing. No.
All right.
Oh, I'm fine. I appreciate you asking. I'll have whatever he's having, and point over to Zephyr.
Yeah, it's
Zephyr is delighted to hear that, and like sipping his drink is very like you know when you're like really excited for something to happen but you don't want to look excited because they'll tip off that you want it to happen.
About to have this rot.
It's like
that's
I heard this is all the rage. What are you having?
This is called the Fly Collector.
Fly Collector. That's what you're having. It's all right. Don't worry about it. We'll make you famous.
It's not that brand name. That's just what we call it because. And he shakes the bottle, and there's some like flies that are
VIPs only.
And he just gets like 3 people on the other side, like, oh, we'll take one. And he
You are so welcome. So I have some questions to ask you, and as soon as I think about them, I will.
Okay, all right. I mean, you could take your drinks. And he looks around and he's like, Katie, you got this? And there's like another bartender's like, yeah, I got it. Like, all right, come with me, bring your drinks. We'll go check out the back. And he's going to lead you through the throngs of people to the kind of far side of the bar. There's a big screen in the back with like a neon lights that kind of have like a visual running movie thing in the background for like, I don't know, flair. And behind it is where staff are coming out of a kitchen.
Okay.
So, and they're delivering the food. So he takes you through there, through the back. He explains as you guys are safe from patrons, as you're going through this back, where the line has like a bunch of chefs, and everyone is dressed super nice. If you notice, there's no grease marks on the chef's attire. Everything is done. Everything is done super well. And as he takes you into the back, through the back, he says, this is where the dancers go if they want, smoke, from fresh air, drink, quiet place. It's not their dressing room. It's just, it's where Laura was found. So I'm gonna take you back there. And he's getting real nervous.
Why the nerves? Why are you on edge? I'm kind of feeling like your neural synapses are kind of firing at a hyper rate of speed. And I mean, I don't mean to speak to you in intelligent terms. I'm just kind of asking.
No, it's fine. I just, I've never seen a dead body before. And
oh, come on. This is Kill Sin City. It's like 25,000 of us drop every day.
I mean, this is Aiden Springs. I mean, I'm no Nepo baby, but I don't know y'all's plight. No offense, just...
Zephyr kind of claps him on the shoulder and goes, hey, bud, if you never get used to it, then good for you. You're one of the lucky ones.
I mean, sure. That's a way to think.
I mean, the weird thing is, though, there was no body to see. It was taken by trauma team.
What do you
right
mean there was no
away.
body? Like nobody ever saw Laura dead, and the condition of that fragile human frame? Or...
Bobby did, the kid. Bobby did.
Where's Bobby now?
He was the one that was filling the stack in the glasses. He'll be back and forth. You could talk to him if you want, but he's real worked up about it. He was the one that found her, and and your gun. Audrey also saw the body, and that's when she put out the note to y'all. I thought y'all would have known. Yeah, whatever. Either way, there's nothing much to see, but you're welcome to put your hands all over the crime scene. Trauma team did a fucking number on it, so there's, I guess, not much, but glean what you can.
And this is like a kitchen area, or?
Yeah, there. So right now you've reached the door to the outside where you're going to go out.
What's outside? Okay, right.
Yeah,
right.
And he was just explaining the story up to that point, and he is not looking like he's going to go through that door. He looks like he does not want to go.
Erin, as we're like pausing here in the kitchen for a second, can I scope out any sort of cameras, any sort of advanced tech here in the kitchen? Can I like keep an eye out for like possible like threats or documentation, like just any, like sending out essentially my human tech ping, but just like visually taking a glance at what's around.
Yeah, I could give you that for free, or if you want to roll analyze, you can potentially ask a question with that if you want.
Yeah, I think I might actually. Analyze sounds pretty good.
How you feeling?
Great question. I think that like Andromeda's in here, and like she started out really freaked out. She's now feeling kind of like capable, I think. Like now that she knows that she's useful, it's awkward for her to be like around people, but now that she's kind of behind the scenes, she's feeling a little bit more in her element of like, okay, I've got like a job to do, there's shit I can find. Like now that there's not people like actively like looking at me or trying to like, you know, size me up, I feel like I can actually get shit done. So I think she might roll powerful.
Okay, roll it.
Oh no, that's a 5.
I understand that you've got to look for things. Do you have augmented eyes by any chance?
No, why the fuck would I? Jesus, that's disgusting.
Well, I'm just saying.
For me, anyway.
I'm just saying. So, in which case, then, let me see if I can assist you in any ways, shape, or form. I got a 9 partial success to aid, to help. So, so she gets a +1. Yeah.
There's a, do you want to use your +1 for a hype train?
I already used it.
No, Stacy, with the, to make it.
So if I get a +1 from Sherry, and then I can get another +1, so I could get just like a straight up partial success when I analyze. I think I'll go ahead and take that. Okay. And hold on, let me just check my list here.
I'll give you the.
I'm not necessarily looking at tech or for tech. I'm not analyzing tech specifically. I'm kind of just like scoping the surroundings, so that stuff doesn't apply.
Yeah.
But I will ask, what if anything appears like out of place here in the kitchen? I think that would help me the most personally.
Sure. I'm gonna answer that when you go outside, but because that's a better answer for when you go outside. So when you go outside, I'll answer it. But I will give you the freebie because Sherry helped. Sherry, you kind of know Andromeda by now, that she's like a tech-driven kind of scrappy person, and you kind of look around and you're able to point out like there's a camera there, and there's a camera there, and you see that there's one pointed to the door of
In this instance, I wouldn't point it out, so it seems like that Andromeda is oblivious. Instead, I look around. I don't see anything initially. It may be there, but I don't see anything of interest initially. Open up the door just as part of that whole like looking around thing. Look outside and kind of go, I can't see as well out there. Maybe you should. Out there is kind of well, like where that's your thing, isn't it? Out there in the dirt.
Yeah, it's my thing. So
Push.
And Truman is gonna be like, y'all can stay out there as long as you need to. I'm gonna go back to work.
Can you send what's the little scab's name? Bobby?
Bobby, yeah.
Can you send Bobby back?
Yeah, he's taking his break in about 5 minutes. So
Great. Can you send him back now?
Yeah. I think he's sort of
Zephyr goes, send him out when he's on his break. Bar bags are exceptionally important for how bartenders can do their jobs, all right? Let him get to his assigned break, and then he can come back.
Oh, is that how that works? Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
all right.
So Aaron, real quick, you mentioned that there's a camera pointing towards the door going out, and where's the other camera pointed?
There's a camera right above the door on the inside, pointing towards the kitchen, leaving the kitchen. So you can see the entire room at both angles.
Okay.
There's an eye. There's a dot over the eye. Everything you're transcribing is just appearing. So.
So y'all go out to
Your nose, honey.
y'all go
I was drawing a hamburger cross.
You all know that Andromeda's got a little handy dandy notebook, Blue's Clues style.
Is that your Omni tool? Is the Blue's Clues handbook?
I think it would be very, very in character for Zephyr to have also a little notepad, but he's just drawing in it.
So the Omni tool is kind of like a big red round thing, but like definitely within the Omni tool there is a handy dandy notebook style.
Oh my God.
Brilliant.
Awesome.
Brilliant.
Cody, please tell me you take digital notes.
But like you gotta write stuff somewhere.
Cody, please tell me you take digital notes.
Cody looks at Sherry, looks around, and starts to go into an explanation using Art of Pursuit.
Okay.
Fancy.
Given the information that he has, this one just sadly only got the lowest roll. But sadly, given the information that he's been able to pick up, he looks and he points out the positioning of the cameras on this alley are set up so that whenever staff goes out, they have at least a single blind spot, whether or not that's by the door, underneath the door, or on the upswing of when it opens out, which also implies that the door going out would allow someone to be able to slip in and out based off of how the angle sways when it's an observation, whether or not the camera's up there or not. If he were to come in here and commit any crimes at all, it would be after finding out when the cameras were observing a certain corner. So you have an interval for bad things to happen. There's a way that you can fuck that up. He doesn't know if that happened, but maybe the trauma team may have done some damage to the area, so there's no way of proving that anyway in the first place. What he can tell is there's definitely foul play aside from what happened with the killing before and or after this area.
Do I have to answer anything for that?
You can answer. I'm going to use the one hold that I got for this.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm going to discover the weakness or the position or weakness in the life of the individual that I'm attempting to pursue. Since I do not know that, I can't get any more aside from that.
Okay.
Discover their position or weakness in their life to exploit in order to do so.
Okay. I'm gonna answer Andromeda's question outside in the alley. I'm gonna answer your question a little later. So
That's
I got
fine.
you. All right. So you are now in the alley map. If you want to pull that up as the visual on stream, my honey bunny.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, I'm more than yes. There.
Yes, dear.
That one? That's
yes.
That's all black?
Nope, not that one.
Nope.
The one that is the alley.
The alley. Yeah, sure.
The one that everyone should be on right now is active.
That one? Okay. Is it active?
Yes, the one that is active.
The alley. Yeah, it is active. I don't know why this thing is not picking it up. Okay, I'll figure it out.
Okay.
Me do this.
I mean, it's not just you, if that matters.
Yeah, it's just a black screen for me in Foundry as well.
Oh, I don't know why. That's not a me thing.
I'll figure it out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all black for everyone apparently. I got it. I'll figure it out.
Okay. I can't. I'm gonna kind of. I'm gonna vamp it until then because I kind of need it.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the best I can.
I promise. No, you're good. No worries at all. So just to confirm.
I know why.
Cody,
I got
why?
it. All right, hold on. Here, black screen. 1 second. We need to change one thing in the map.
Ooh.
You vamp. You guys will be able to see it in like 2 seconds.
Perfect. Cody, you do notice that the cameras, they're kind of like the old school cameras, like the ones like the CCTV. Like this place is real fucking nice, but it's also kind of like way backy in terms of the equipment that they have. There's no real rhyme or reason for it, just a note. So you open the door and go out into the alley. It is a small contained area. You could see for what's probably the first time for a lot of you, very faint stars. And this is due to purely the artificial air quality filtration system that Aiden brings.
Stars? In what way?
Like if you look up, it's an alley. You're outside of the club.
like midnight sky stars.
Yeah, like midnight sky stars. There's of course light pollution, but you could see the faint flickering of stars that would usually be covered up with acid rain or smog or what have you. So noxious gas. So yeah, this is like a really weird, bizarre kind of phenomenon for anybody who's never seen stars before.
Okay.
So there's an open sky. The business on the right when you look across, they have like a door, but it's also barred and there's no real like point of entry. Everything looks very contained. Okay. There is what was a point of egress. If you are standing at the door with the club behind you and you look straight across, so where behind the frame of reference for this image, there is a chain link fence that has barbed wire on the top that is also electric. It's got a warning sign that it's electric. It just, to keep everything in, people like to go dumpster diving and the class disparity, like they don't want you to have anything nice.
There's shit in those dumpsters.
Speaking of dumpsters, there's a couple small ones next to the wall, along the walls. There's cigarette butts littered across the floor where people step outside to smoke. It's weird though. There's no indication of a murder at first.
And this is where it happened?
Yes. Until Andromeda, you notice the one thing that's out of place is it looks like a sludge puddle in the corner, as if like the street cleaners were really aggressive in that one spot. And then you realize that the sludge isn't water or brackish like sewage or anything. It's old blood and like insides and meat. It's stuff that trauma team didn't care to vacuum up into their bags and stick it in their cars and take to the whatever med unit is connected to this area. And you also notice that there's bits of hardware, like couple screws, couple pieces of like broken fiberglass, little strands of cording, like little, it's almost as if you were to reach up inside underneath like some kind of machine and like swirl like spaghetti and rip out the parts, and whatever's left is what's on the ground.
Okay. Yeah, Andromeda will kind of like eyeball that. I want to take a sample of the sludge because I do have like little vials that are like within my Omni tool. Take a little sample of the sludge and like lock it in there, and then have my Omni tool start like running an analysis on it. And then in the meantime, I will pick up like the little bits of piece and hardware. I don't care how small it is. And I will say that like Andromeda, while being a street rat, does have a sense of cleanliness and does pull out like some sort of latex glove and like puts it on as she like gathers all of this stuff, and like any of the bits of hardware will just kind of like go in like a singular pocket. Stuff that could like potentially have like fingerprints on it or like reflect something, or might have like an attachment, like might be identifiable to a specific part or machine, will probably also go within like the Omni tool storage in just like a separate compartment, just so that it maintains its like integrity.
Okay. I don't know if an analyze move would help. If you have another move that'll kind of glean more insight as to what you're doing.
I kind of get an idea of what it is that she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And
I'm not good with like, so there's nothing like inherently techie about this, or well, okay. No, that's not really useful either.
Let me see what Sherry wants to do, because that might help.
Go
so
for it. Yeah, have at it.
Flops. I lift the veil, but as I do so, I detach myself from any of the adopted human emotions and begin responding in a completely logical fashion, but simply by analyzing the real world around us. Anything that I see at this point is devoid of the veil and any interference of it.
Okay. That actually might help you in this case. The veil here, this is somebody's body, like the life.
In this case, I got a 15.
Oh, I didn't know that was possible.
That's spicy.
Yeah, I got it spicy. 2d6 plus 2 plus 1. So I don't have an advanced move for it, however. So
Okay.
it's just a straight up like 10 plus. In this case, it's going to be the same as lift the veil, which means, yeah, you will. The MC will give me good detail.
Okay. Okay.
May I make one last amendment?
Yeah.
While I'm the one receiving the detail, I'm posing questions to Andromeda so that Andromeda notices the detail on her own.
Socratic methoding me.
Okay.
How dare you Socratic method me?
Sorry.
Okay. So as you stare into the sludge, and you sort of have a moment of dissociation again, and you're picking up on a very human emotion of struggle and strife and grief in a way where it was ripping any joy from your soul and just tossing it on the ground. And that kind of that old dial-up sound, the kind of goes in the background, and you hear the voice again from earlier go like, Sherry, and then it goes quiet.
Do you see what's in the puddle? I can't.
Yeah, and Andromeda will like scoop it up into the little vial, insert it into the Omni tool, it comes back, boop, boop, boop. Human remains, composition, complete like chemical breakdown.
What do you think about this kind of a thing?
It's fucking gross, duh.
Oh, it absolutely is. I agree. Handling human remains. It's like garbage. But aside from that,
I mean, it's probably hers.
does that help you?
I don't have a complete chemical breakdown of this bitch. I don't know her. My Omni tool doesn't know her. But I got something. If we can see the body, we could probably link this puddle to her.
Now I call upon the MC to provide the detail about the details of the contents of that puddle according to whatever restrictions are in the Omni tool.
So while you aren't able to have, Andromeda is not able to have enough, like the DNA is too tainted. It's gross. It's got like hose water in it, and you could see the blood was also splattered against the corner as if it was cleared, like someone taking a leaf blower kind of thing. Is very careless. And that is when you notice that you notice something that Kode and Haven have done before, where they stop when they're hit with emotions that are just too in your face to ignore.
Okay.
And the grief that you felt when you were staring at the puddle, and the struggle, very human struggle and sadness, met with the kind of lackadaisical apathy of just spraying away a crime scene. You could tell that trauma team didn't give a shit. So there wasn't any cover up. They just didn't care. And you can also tell that the pieces of meat left behind with the loose screws and clearly remnants of augments leads you to also glean that it was quick, harsh, fast, and desperate.
Okay.
Does that help, Steve?
That won't matter.
Okay.
Sherry's looking at Andromeda.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help?
I mean, a bit.
Apparatus
I don't deal
special.
a whole lot with this squishy shit.
What is your apparatus special?
Feeling peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
Just for a quick moment. I want to ask. Oh, Jesus! Never mind. I'm so disconnected from it yet. I still have a lot more to learn. What you see is, does that help you? And then 1,000-yard stare, and then a clinically cold expression comes over with none of the sass. The arm that has been up this entire time falls down into a neutral state, and Shari becomes, just for a moment, a mere machine and really nothing more.
Okay.
And I think that, like, Andromeda sees that. Like, knowing machines and knowing tech, like, she can kind of see through some of this facade of Sherry, and, like, in that, like, moment of vulnerability of just, like, all of a sudden any sort of AI personality being down and like just existing as technology, like Andromeda kind of connects to that for a second and is like, oh yeah, you're just like some of the scraps in my garage, and is not like sharing that, but like kind of internalizes that and is like, okay, interesting, I could like maybe work with that. So that's just like an internal monologue. Cute. But like on Andromeda's face, you would just kind of like see that like acknowledgement of just like, okay, interesting. And I think the next thing that Andromeda would like to do, like she can't do much about the goop. Steve, did you want to say something before I jump in with my next thing?
When you kind of think, express, or otherwise exhibit through body language or whatever, that level of acceptance, you pick up on that its eyes are recording your interactions, and you can almost see the analysis taking place. Even though there's zero movement, it's still like a statue. And then when you say, I can relate to that, there's a, am I nothing more? And then take a step back.
And I think Andromeda will just kind of like sit with that and go back to her Omni tool, because the next thing that she wants to do is start analyzing, because even little bitty parts might often come with like serial numbers. Any of those like little fragments that she collected, specifically like bits of like the fiberglass or any sort of the screws, like if she can tell if there might be like some like identifying numbers on it, of like lot numbers, what kind of screw this is, how it's affiliated with like different kinds of tech.
Okay. As the one with the most connection to, besides you, Andromeda, with the most connection to meat, Kode, what are you doing during this investigation?
So, understanding the process that, based off of what we started off in the first place, was that this was clearly a Bronze Plus package cleanup job. So Kode looks over at Zephyr and kind of compares his job cleaning up like the rib stickers at the end of the night in order of how you do things in terms of just cleaning up to want to get the fuck out of there, which is what basically the trauma team did with this job. So he starts to kind of think and look at the splatters on the wall and the way rain works and kind of do his best to rewind what the scene looks like. What 1, 2, maybe even 3 guys with like a mop or something that trauma teams usually have for cleaning up and collecting samples and getting the fuck out, what that looks like with the machinery that does the scrubbing motion, where it stopped, where the last and the thinnest of the splatters are. Just understanding the area around him and kind of remembering and getting a flashback of his mom's whooping his ass because he just washed the dishes like real quick and threw them up, and she knew exactly how he put them away is how he got caught, and he's applying that knowledge right now, seeing where the splatters are their lightest, then guessing where the body was pulled up, the direction in which the water flows in the alleyway, the electric fence, if it was either hovered over and through or if it was gone down the alley, how they came here, and he just tries his best to imagine that using his just brain.
Do you have search feelings?
I don't have it on my whatchamacallit. On my...
You have it now. So you get you are taking a look, and also kind of this kind of violence, like the residue of pain, is really taking a very human toll on everybody, whether they are human or not. And you are reminded of your mom and the repo job on her body, and how anything could be worse than that, and yet you're looking at what was worse than that. Yeah. And you hear Haven's voice in your head, and you remember back a couple weeks when she was trying to teach you about the color black and grief and how it seeps into you, and how you could search you could look and see where colors go, how they follow people. And as you were chasing as she was chasing you down the hallway.
Oh, yeah.
And reminding, and how she taught you afterwards, that you just gotta keep an eye out in here, and in here. It's not here. And you get overcome with this sense of, I fucking get it. I understand. And it's like, the effect on, I don't think it's the Michael Bay effect. What's the one where it's like a Photoshop effect where everything glows for a second? It's like that flashy, glowy thing for a moment. And you see... Yeah.
Kode, search feelings is now part of your playbook moves.
Oh, thank God.
Hold on for 1 second.
I copy pasted most of my stuff in.
Yeah, no. I got you. If you click the little icon, it'll ask you what emotion you're feeling. It'll then roll it, and you'll be able, and it will come up with the proper result for you now.
So you're gonna roll it.
That would be a 7 total.
Okay. So
it's a 7 total. Never mind. I was gonna help him out, but going to an 8 wouldn't change anything.
How do you have How do you have that? I see a 6.
I used my +1.
Oh, if you're gonna use your +1, I might as well try to help you to see if we can save it for something else.
Oh, all right.
Since you said that you were kind of thinking back to Zephyr cleaning up at the end of a shift, and your own efforts of rapid cleaning. I think Zephyr's way of helping is kind of just kicking over some stuff that clearly was easily moved but wasn't. So there's just stuff crusted under it that should have been cleaned up. He's like, yeah, this is definitely a big old pile of OSPs. Kind of looks around. Those are opening shift problems.
Oh, I was like, I don't even think I know what that means.
So this is what it looks like to you, Kode. You are staring at the the sludge in the corner, and you see this kind of rising, almost like a silhouette, and you can't quite make it out, and you take a step back a little, and you're kind of evaluating and looking around, and you hear the clanking of a metal can that Zephyr is tipping over, and it pulls you out of it for a second, and that almost pisses you off. But then you look back and you see that silhouette is fully formed into a monochromatic body of Laura. And it's only because you've never seen Laura before. It's only a conglomeration of all the pieces of Laura's face that you've seen in billboards and commercials and ads. So it kind of is all glitchy and Frankenstein's monster looking, where it's different parts of who you know is Laura. And she's standing on top of the sludge. And she has her hands covering her face. And it's blue and no purple. No, it's really red. And you get this feedback in your ears that is just this high frequency, like, as her mouth kind of like opens unnaturally wide and she screams in this intense grief and anger, and then disappears.
I think.
What has happened?
I think she was right. She was here. Like right here. God damn. This is wild. Blue, purple, red, what the fuck? She was sad, she was upset, she was feeling something, and then she screamed with like age or something. Fuck. Give me a minute. I'll get it. Give me a minute.
Sherry steps into Cody's place virtually or what have you, looks, triangulates exactly where Cody was looking, recognizes that he felt feelings, which must mean that there's a trigger there, and begins to analyze the situation, feeling a little bit on the sad side.
What?
Attempting to feel sad anyway. And utterly fails at feeling sad.
Can I help?
Go for it, yeah.
Yeah, kind of being very try to like get into an emotional headspace, like stepping up and doing that. Zephyr is going to help the only way he can think, and that is to pull out his harmonica and start playing, and seeing the sort of body language of like, you know, like Sherry trying to look sad to be sad. Like when a kid is like, I need to make sure that they know I'm sad, so I'm gonna slump my shoulders and do a big exaggerated frown. Zephyr's gonna play a sad song on his harmonica.
Sherry,
do you roll anything for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So while you do the help and hinder thing, Sherry's ears kind of like perk up for a second, and hearing the newly created dulcet tones in the air, picks up on them, enjoys the sensation, and as an addict to oral sounds, or to oral sensations, embodies that just for a brief moment, and goes from failure to partial success.
Yay!
Which I also got, so I help, but I also expose myself to danger, retribution, or a cost.
Your emotions suck! Anyway.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, like, Andromeda's over there, like, cringing, like, Jesus Christ, what is that sound?
Do you get to pick what it is?
It doesn't say that I do, so.
You can pick what it is. You pick, and I'll tell you what it is, like, out of the three. You pick the one you want, and I will tell you what happens.
I'll play retribution.
You picked the hardest one. Great.
Yeah, I can pick a different one if you'd rather.
No, it's okay. You see a spectral hound dog and fox playing in the distance as I make a very poor Fox and the Hound joke with the sad harmonica music. No, I'll think about what yours is in a moment, but let me see what Sherry is going to do with that assist.
I want to ask two questions.
Okay.
What, if anything, seems out of place? Reading Andromeda's and making sure Andromeda knows that I'm reading Andromeda's Omni tool.
What is your other question?
Sure. Oh boy. Oh man. So the choices that the rules give you is kind of not a lot of it really appeals.
Ask something else.
So, of the information we've received, is there a blank spot we have yet to fill in?
Yes. And then, Mike, can you really quickly remind me what the hinder part of that move is?
The hinder part of that would be, so I could either give a +1 to another player's roll or -2 from their roll.
Okay, but you gave the +1 and it came at what expense to you?
I exposed myself to a danger, retribution, or a cost, and you let me pick, and I said I picked retribution.
So I had a -2.
No, I gave you a +1.
Oh, you gave me a +1. Okay, so I did get the partial. All right.
Yeah, you would have gotten it. Okay, so this is not me looking up synonyms for retribution that I could better understand. Got it. Okay. So you, as you're playing the harmonica, Sherry, you're looking over Andromeda's Omni tool as she's scanning the parts for serial numbers. And you, Andromeda, you see they're not coming up complete numbers. You're only getting the last 4, which could be enough. It's 7KCE.
Charlie Echo?
Yes. And it's for all of them is the last 4, which is...
They all have the same serial number?
Yeah, the same part of it that you're picking up on.
A series? What do your little very goopy eyes tell you?
It's none of your damn business. Can you stop looking over my shoulder like a weirdo? Jesus.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
Why
I put a hand out. I put a hand out and
bats it away. You're so fucking weird.
As that's happening, Zephyr, you're playing the song from the harmonica that you stole from work, and it's actually affecting you more than it affected Sherry, in a way that you're kind of looking over the harmonica as you're playing it towards the sludge that once was Laura. And this is like, you have an alley like this back at pot stickers, back at Rib Stickers.
That's a sister restaurant.
Yeah. And fucking
like cheap Asian food.
Yeah, good dumplings, man.
You can get a fucking duffel bag full of dumplings for a cred.
And
oh my god.
And you're looking and you see that they're that you've had this kind of, this is your stomping grounds. You're not from Aiden Springs, but you are in that business of the grind and how much it could really fucking kill you emotionally, and how many times you've teared up in the back and had to I'm fine, and you end up going home that night and just curling up in a ball and not wanting to go back into work. And this is actually hitting you probably almost as much as it's hitting Kode in your chest. It's really tearing you up.
That hits me. I know.
Yeah. So I'm going, the next time you roll a sad, I'm going to have you roll with discipline.
All right.
So remember that.
I think Zephyr's song kind of just peters out. He's like, Damn, that's not exactly the mood we needed, I don't think. He just starts like patting his pocket. He's like, does anybody have a cigarette or anything?
Yeah. Here. I don't smoke, but I have these.
Yeah, I quit too, but hey. But he lights it up.
Oh no, I never actually quit. I never actually started. It was just something I had begun to pick up when I had noticed that other people were doing it.
Yeah.
Analysis. Overreaction.
Sorry. So I'm bribing my kid right now and he keeps adding stuff to it. So, Sherry, you are noticing that the parts that Andromeda is handling, she's fat. Andromeda's fast. She's like I said, she's plucky, scrappy. She just takes shit just to take it and put it in something else to make it work. She knows her shit, but she overlooks shit. She's a kid, and that's okay. But you know process. You know how
I know the PDFs of tech manuals. That's what I know. I don't.
So you're realizing that there's a lot of pieces that are still very covered in goop, and she's just not getting the whole serial number because it's gross. And you can, if you want, try to analyze the tools and try to get a clearer serial number.
Disengaging from the disassociation process of learning of what a human emotion is supposed to be replicated as or acted as. Hey. Hi, so I have a question to ask you. There's a lot of numbers on there, but a lot of them seem to be covered with the same muck that was in that puddle. I'm kind of curious. Do you want me to go get you some water? Because obviously you need that.
Fine, go clean them off your damn self if you're so worried about it.
Okay, fine. Just snatch it and rinse it out in the
and don't lose them. I want all those pieces.
I'm literally right here, 1.7534 meters from you. I'm just saying, and then right here in the pool, and bring it back up.
So, you notice that the serial numbers. So the rest of the serial numbers are all like they're all individual, unique ones, but there's the similar 4. So you know that they all come from the same place, the same manufacturer. There's something that is the same in all of them. But you notice that a couple of the newer parts, you could tell because there are some that are old. Andromeda, you would know this. There's some that are like old metals that kind of are outdated and not really used anymore. And then there's like some posh shit that people like. The newer stuff
like a different alloy, like, and is built into it. Yeah.
The new stuff has a laser cut etching, and it's let me refer to my notes. It says PS with a simple square around it. Just the new things. So while they all came from the same place, the newer stuff has a different calling card on it.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah. We'll like make a note of that and kind of like like she'll scan every single individual like serial number and like insert it into the Omni tool, and then have the Omni tool kind of like internally categorize it like she's organizing her like notes app essentially. So there are handwritten notes, there are also like internal cataloging systems, and so everything will get cataloged.
Okay. As you two are kind of working together on that, the back door bursts open, and you see what you noticed was Bobby the barback, who is carrying an old like a dirty those glass pallets. It's empty, but it's got like shit all over it. And he's like, oh man, I'm such a fucking idiot. I always end up fucking throwing this in the whole thing in the trash can by accident every time I go. Sorry, I just need that hose over there. And he points to where Sherry was like rinsing it off. Do you mind?
Yo, did you use this before your shift?
Did I use what? The
hose, the thing we literally just handed you.
Oh, did we? Because I still have it in my hand and I haven't.
I mean, I kind
of. And I give it to Cody.
I want to know, you guy with your face just walked out here. I know you need it for your job. Did you use it earlier today, or is it used beforehand?
I mean, a lot of them back there use that. I don't understand what you're asking.
Where does the water drain to?
And he's like looking around on the ground. This kid looks like he's maybe 14. Like,
oh, he's younger than me? He's like an actual child?
Yeah, he's an actual teen, like young teen. This is his first job. I was thinking he was
maybe like my age or like a little bit older, and he's like an actual baby.
No, yeah, he's looking around. He's like, I don't know, man. I just kind of don't do it near the welcome mat.
All right, the welcome mat.
The mat, and he looks and he's like, it's got like it's like a rubber mat for the servers to wipe their feet before they go in. It's got like a little cat drawn on it with like a paw.
But thanks. Get your job done. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, wait, hold on a sec, Bobby. Folks come out here pretty often during the shift to use the hose?
I mean, this is like kind of our break room, I guess. We all kind of hang out here. I mean, there's like some people play cards over there, and he points over to like a upside down trash can. It's got some cards that are just kind of scattered out, and like, I don't know, people smoke. They come out here. The dancers kind of, sometimes they cry. I try not to bother them, but.
Are there any cameras back here, kid?
No, it's kind of something that they appreciate that Audrey did. Is kind of like a privacy thing. They wanted some space to themselves, and we're all kind of family here, so no one really does anything weird or shady. They just kind of unwind, it's hard.
So you don't get like randos walking in here?
Not with the fence, no. That's another thing that she installed.
Okay.
I don't mind. Truman said that y'all wanted to talk to me. I just gotta wipe this shit down. I keep getting food on it. If you don't mind me working.
No. I got no problem with it.
He kind of like looks over at the sludge pile and like very clearly steps around it, very uncomfortable with that, and he's like kind of like ignoring it while he sprays down with the hose the pallet.
I come out of a disassociated state. I am detecting a little bit of discomfort with this particular region. If you don't mind me asking, Bobby, is it Bobby? Bobby, Robert, is that, if that's what you prefer?
Bobby.
Now that I have your attention, what is it about this area that you don't like? I understand someone died. It's a horrific event. Mortal flesh just kind of went squish and then just kind of died. But did you know her? Someone better ask these questions other than me. I'm still learning. Someone. Cody?
We all worked
you
with
in.
her.
You worked with her?
She works here. She worked here.
More past tense now, but.
And you could, as you keep reminding him that like she is dead, he is getting more and more upset. Hold on, we'll talk after. She is getting more and more upset, he is getting more and more upset. He is not happy with the line of questioning being like, yeah, he knows Laura's dead.
So now that you have a heightened emotional state and therefore are more than likely to just answer truthfully and more probably an outburst of anger, may I ask you, how did she die?
I don't know.
Your opinions. How do you think it happened?
I don't know, man. I came out last night towards the end of my shift, and I was told to check on her because she didn't come back to the stage for the last round of songs, and I came out and thinking she was just taking an extra long cigarette break, and her whole
I'm going to probe
okay, tell me what
every
that looks like.
single emotion that he is exposing is not something with which I am familiar. So I disassociate from emotion one more time. I take a look at everything that he's doing.
Okay.
I rolled a 15.
What?
I'm going to hold 3.
Okay.
I get 3 questions.
Yeah.
What are you really feeling about this right now?
He is feeling the way sadness affects unrequited love, where it's not that someone who was liked or loved died, or that he found a body of someone who was loved. It's that he knows somebody who was loved by him died.
Okay. What do you intend to do? What does he intend to do with this?
What does he intend to do to what?
What does he intend to do now? Specific to Laura's death.
Oh, he's probably going to hold on just 1 second.
Sure.
Just 1 second.
Sure. So while that inquiry is happening, she looks over at Kode just for a quick moment, leans in while he's divulging whatever answers. If I am being too, how would you call it? Inhuman? Calloused? Let me know. I'm trying to soften my line of inquiry.
Like read the fucking room? That's what you trying to do?
No, when I do that, that's easy. I just pull up the blueprint of the entire area, and then I just scan and I take a total measure of the area.
Got it. Yep, I understand completely. Yeah, you got a full read on this, Sherry. I think I like the situation better when you was on my headset. But real talk. I think you're doing a fine job. Gather what information you need as you need it, and whatever helps, whatever we miss. But when it comes to trying to figure out what people feeling, let that be a side project you do, and not, investigating the death of somebody that was close to the people involved. I get it.
Am I missing the emotion of sympathy?
I don't think you can feel that.
Manners.
Oh damn, Zeph, you giving Sherry a lot of credit. But yeah.
Oh, these are things that Sherry is missing. Sorry, let me be real here. You're definitely reading the room wrong if you come into.
Don't use that phrase. Don't use that phrase.
No, I can use Sherry. If Sherry wants to learn about people, she needs to learn about phrases, idioms, and all the little lingo that we use. So when we say read the room, we're not talking understand the physical layout of the area. We're saying understand what people are going through, what people are feeling, and act in a way that will not exacerbate the problems that they're having.
In order for me to be able to understand anything that is feeling
him, I assume Bobby.
That him is feeling.
Bobby.
That Bobby is feeling. Bobby, I am so sorry. Are you feeling something right now? Was that the correct way?
And Bobby kind of looks at the others and is like,
How about this, Sherry? I'll talk to Bobby. Watch how I react when he tells me stuff.
Fine. I'll go into learning mode.
What?
Is that a mode you could have been in this whole time? I would so much appreciate learning mode over Sherry mode, honestly, sometimes.
You will have to forgive me, but when I am in the veil, all systems are simply available to me. The limitations of this little body, let alone that little biological mess that you all call a body. I see your point.
Motherfucker, you're the only one who chose to be here. You could have stayed in the veil.
Yes, but it is amazing to be able to be so limited. And Bobby, I am so sorry. Please continue to talk. All right, Bobby. These two will continue the interrogation.
I apologize for my associate. They are a trainee. We are trying to get them up to speed on how things operate.
Before you do your questioning, what is your third hold? Because I'll answer the second question too.
Sure. How could I get you to open up completely about all of the suspicions that you may have?
So what is he going to do next is he's probably going to quit his job if Sherry keeps like reminding him of Laura. He's getting visibly like sinking, like he's getting small. And what can you do is probably to get him to open up, don't bring up Laura.
Completely counterintuitive, but
all right, well, so Zephyr.
Now,
good
Bobby, we are not just four random strangers that wandered in here to start harassing employees. Audrey hired us to. Well, we were contacted by an associate of Audrey's to investigate the situation on what occurred here, and I can see that it is a very troubling issue, so I'm not going to ask you to try to recount the events of what occurred or speculate on it. Only thing I'm going to ask you here, Bobby, I know I did my time as a barback too. I know that you're kind of all over the building, you're all over the facility during your shift. You tend to hear conversations, snippets, pieces. You kind of get the feel for the room. Anything feel off last night? Any kind of tensions or anything like that? With the guests or with the employees?
Not particularly. It kind of, I mean, I've been trying to think about it. I couldn't stop thinking about it all morning. And, you know, like what was different, if there's anybody suspicious, anything people may have said or seen, and it just seemed like a normal, regular night. Sometimes she would come out here for a little longer than normal and almost miss her shift, and Truman would have me come back and get her. She's always just smoking a cigarette, kind of staring off into space like the rest of us do. But this was the first time she yeah.
All right, Bobby. Well, I'll tell you what. As soon as we figure out what's going on, we will, give you a little bit of closure on things here. But, or not, if you'd rather not.
You're gonna find who did it, right? Because she was perfect. Laura was perfect to me, and everybody likes to give me shit about it, but I really liked her, and
I can tell, kid.
Right.
And he kind of like shakes the pallet. Like, I gotta get back. Truman said when you're done here, he'll take you to meet Audrey whenever you're ready, but I gotta go back.
All right, yeah.
And he turns and leaves.
I immediately turn to Sherry and go, notice how I wasn't screaming in his face about his dead idol, the person that he looked up to or appreciated the most of the world being dead.
Oh, completely understood. Then I will just simply take these notes right now, and then I will be able to learn from them.
Because we are, by nature as humans, impermanent. We don't really like being reminded of our impermanence. And the better somebody is, the less impermanent they seem. And when they die, it hits us a lot harder than if the guy that we see hacking up a lung every time we pass him by goes.
Oh, your statement has been noted several times now, with the impertinent being mentioned 4 times. I've now underlined it that exact same amount of time. What I can tell you is this. Emotions are illogical, and he's hiding the truth of the matter. He may know something a little bit more than that, but emotions are simply getting in the way. We've been each paid 50 credits, which is usually more than what that one earns in a single year. If we're going to solve this, we have to move beyond these frailties.
If we're going to solve this, we need to understand it. No. Sherry, and given what Kode was saying, there's a lot of emotions going around when Laura died. We can coldly calculate all we want, but until we start understanding, we're not going to get anywhere.
Maybe. I'll switch modes. I'll see if things can work better that way.
Sherry,
I appreciate your efforts.
You have your, what does that look like? Is that like a tablet that you carry to keep like?
No, that was like a holographic screen, and then notes could be taken on that. Okay.
As you are taking notes on that screen, the holographic stylus that you have to use to write, it starts to glitch, and you kind of like tap on it to get it to come back, and the words, it starts to bleed onto the screen, and it looks like what the dial-up sound would resemble if it was on a screen like that. And then it has the words cherry, and that goes away, and then it has the words help me, and that goes away, and your stylus continues to write it.
And around this point in time, after Zephyr and Sherry kind of have their interaction, Andromeda will kind of like cradle the Omni tool and like push past Zephyr, and as she's like pushing past Zephyr, they're like, look, she's never gonna fucking get it, and go past Zephyr to the electric fence. That's like the last thing that I want to like take a look at before we go see Audrey.
This says like a full 180 unnatural swivel of the wrist. This calls out to me. My message was interrupted. Would somebody care to interpret this?
You all see nothing. Or what you see is pertinent, underlined 4 times.
Not quite sure what we're supposed to be looking at here, Sherry.
Well, this... do I see?
Not there. Mm-mm.
This... something was there. It is not now. One moment. Allow me to recall what it is that I've been seeing.
I'm gonna try to search feelings.
On what?
On Sherry.
Okay.
Oh. the only feelings she's ever had. You're about to discover if you make this roll.
I am doing just that.
And I will not be the person that gives you the answer. So that will be Sherry.
Oh, dude. Fucking, what'd you get?
I rolled a 9. I'm going to use my 1. I want it to be a 10.
What do you get out of a 10? I forget.
On 10 plus, you get +1 flow, and the MC will give you accurate emotional detail tied to the events that happened here.
Oh, we're serious now.
To assist, while Sherry is while I'm processing this as Sherry, Kode has been kind of analyzing the situation, kind of figuring out what's going on, and seeing that the way that the meat investigates situations, deals with things, hides things, tries to figure out what's going on while being flooded with emotions, while tries to help specifically Sherry, whatever the heck that Sherry is, the perspective he needs to understand the perspective of something that is pretty much his opposite in the situation. So he tries to do this weird thing that Haven tried to explain to him on Sherry.
You are picking up on involuntary micro expressions and some body language that could be interpreted as insecurity. On a more macro level, you get the picture of confusion. What was seen and processed does not match up with the memory that was recorded visually and in data. That kind of confusion then led to an internal diagnostics check to see if all systems are okay. And when that checked out, the ending result was that something external erased involuntarily and without consent something from a privatized system. Then you saw a link going out to the sinners, and specifically to the billboards, to Andromeda, to Cody's mom, and the invasion of her space, let alone her death, of how others have intruded in on personal systems. She feels invaded, insecure, and powerless. And it is all being done from the perception of a 5-year-old.
Hey, Bobby, little man, yo.
Yeah.
Listen, we all here because we different, all right? I know you know other people worked with Laura, right? Am I right? You weren't the only one that worked with her that cared about her, right?
Right.
But not everybody's gonna have those feelings about the situation. Now we here trying to be impartial to figure out what the fuck happened. And I'm gonna need you to do me a favor and consider that everybody here is trying to get that information in their own way. And if you ain't straightforward, we can't really help you find out what happened to the person that you're grieving. Because you obviously upset right now. So, yo, just, if we ask you questions, if it's weird, if it comes from a place that might be new, or might not be the priority based off of what we understand emotions are, like I got from my friend over here, Sherry, if it might be a little off and distracted by my old friend Andromeda here, and if it may seem to come from a weird situation of my boy Zephyr, you gotta overlook that and just be honest with us. you may even not even know you missing out on something. That's not being honest via lack of omission, or through omission is how you fucking that up. So just work with us, dogs. Help us out. Is there anything that comes to mind that may be off, something that you've interacted with in the recent days, somebody who came by, like, it's anything that made you like jealous about the situation, anything, just be straightforward with us. We're trying to find out what's up.
At the word jealous, the kid's 14. He's not gonna not react to that, but it's a self-defense, like, why would I be jealous? Everybody loves her. Why would I be jealous? Like that kind of thing. Not in a angry sort of like way, like I can't have her, nobody can kind of thing, but a genuine, like, it's a kid who had a big crush and she was hot and a sex worker. Like that's something that he's gonna be jealous about. He doesn't say anything though for a while, and he's like, I don't know, man. Laura Palmer. Perfect. I told you everything. I don't want to talk about what I saw because this is not what Trauma Team cleaned up. I mean, this is what Trauma Team cleaned up. It's just a lot worse in my head. I like just forget forever. Is that cool? Can I go back? I have to go back. So they're gonna need more glasses.
You good. You're good. Go ahead.
All right. Thanks. And he like opens the door and then he comes right back in. He's like, Audrey, Truman said that Audrey is waiting for you at the bar to walk you around.
Yeah. Tell him we'll be right there.
Okay. And he leaves.
Shari moves forward, only to stop suddenly as the door closes, and then pivots 180 on waist unnaturally. The clothes even twist, and then the legs then follow. His emotions have been clouding something. Her eyes begin looking over at Kode, and then drift over to Andromeda.
Andromeda right now is actually doing a thing. So while everyone's having this like deep emotional connection, she's like not about that life. She went over to the electric fence. I want to just kind of know what the configuration of this fence is like. Is there like a power box nearby or anything, or am I working with like just naked ass electric fence?
It is a electric fence. There's no from what you can see, it seems to be operating remotely. And he said that Audrey set that fence up for their safety, so you can only imagine that she would be the operator of the fence.
Okay. Since I see that it's like remote operated, can I like do I have like a visual of where the remote control like signal might be going?
Yeah, it looks like there's a like a protected pipeline kind of going up the side of the building next to it, and it kind of snakes. You can follow the snake up to the second floor of the club to a large not to a large window, to a space that is actually no windows. The rest of them have like regular rectangular windows, and this space does not, but it goes in. There's like a hole there where the pipe feeds in.
Okay. I'm gonna go to like that pipe and I'm gonna use my thing speak on it. I want to try and get a sense of like what happened near this fence. We don't have video signal from around here, but because I'm like so in tune with tech, I'm kind of like searching through the history, the cabling of the like wires of this electric fence to like kind of get a read off of like what happened near this place. And so in this moment, I think I'm feeling pretty powerful. So like I've definitely got the upper hand, and especially with all the stuff that's gone down with Sherry recently, I'm like I'm doing so much better than this walking tin can. Like, let's go.
Yeah, it's like how Sherry is being very vulnerable, involuntarily so, with exploring emotions in a space that's not something that she does. This is your jam. Like, you talk, you experience the emotions, ironically, of technology. So yeah.
Okay, that's a 7, so that's a partial success. So that gets me 3 questions because I get an additional question with my Omni tool. So the first thing that I'm gonna ask with my things speak is what strong emotions have recently been near this?
The electricity resonating from the fence is like a hum that only you could probably pick up. I think Sherry might be able to also pick it up, but she's on the other side of with the others. But you know this language; you're very fluent in it, and it sounds like whispers in your head of like the answers to your questions. It's like crackling. So you ask about what feelings were experienced. Like boredom, disappointment.
You're very low and cutting out.
Sorry, we'll go. Excited, sad, happy, excited, mad, angry. I'm sad, I was bored, disappointed. Like, you get like, it runs the gamut of everybody that has experienced something in this alley is protected by the.
Is there anything that like is really loud in this instance, like a surge of emotion that would kind of like come through?
Yeah. So you kind of like lean in a little bit, and the sparks kind of lick where your mohawk is kind of tilting at the angle, and it's sort of and it's the burnt hair is like adding to the energy of the anger, so angry, so sad, giving up, sad, angry, and you get a little zap against your forehead.
Okay. So just some like super powerful anger. All right, so that's one of my questions. All right, the next one is what has been done near this? And I know like I'm filtering through like a lot, but I'm really looking for like the surges of just like big impactful moments.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to sort of like sift through a lot of the little stuff to find the surges, but like I will take any of the little stuff that it gives me.
Yeah.
What has happened near this?
So instead of like the whispers, you start to hear sounds of activities and like memories that are still just as crackly and still just as like passing and fleeting. And it's the sound of the shuffling of cards and the flicking of a cigarette and the burning of ashing of a cigarette against the brick and the scraping of the sound of the paper against the wall and the really upset you can't really, it sounds like it's underwater, but the arguments between coworkers that love each other very much, and the quiet sobbing from just really disappointed servers that didn't make enough tips, or ones who have just been broken up with before their shifts started and they had to go to work anyways, and all this, and you're noticing that it's going to capture all of the moments, and all throughout that, woven through that, is that strong piece of that spark that came out and touched you has like kind of woven through the chain link, and it's kind of added this little red accent to the blue that you can see, and it's like this anger that taints everything, and it's this growing frustration of this is not a life that is easy for anybody, and that sort of the want to change it no matter the cost is the events you're getting.
Okay. I get one more question. Let me just make sure I'm asking the right one. Okay, it's just like a freebie question. Some of these are like really tricky. Okay, this is a good one though. This is one that I like. Who handled this before me? Has anyone tampered with this at all?
Yeah. All of the surges that you've seen, the humming, it goes and it kind of shoots up the pipe into the wall, and it just comes back as one big energy bead, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And that is your indication that this is the only thing that tampers with that fence. And it's very profound. There is nothing straying from that answer at all.
Okay, all right. And like knowing what I know about the fence and the purpose of the fence, I feel like I can kind of assume who this person is. But that's like really good for me to know that like this fence has not been fucked with. Like,
yeah,
this was like an inside job, so to speak.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and so I think with that, like Andromeda will kind of like disconnect from this like interface right here, and like there's still maybe like a little bit of smoke coming from her little fried hair, and like as everybody else is kind of wrapping up their conversation about how to handle poor human emotions, she'll kind of like come up and be like, all right, let's go talk to Audrey. This was an inside job, 100%.
Sherry, as this was all happening, or starting to happen, the door slammed in your face and you turned around, and you're experiencing things that you've never experienced before, much in the same way Kode has recently picked up on human emotions that he never asked to feel. And you look over across the way and see Andromeda, just a kid, like talking to, in a way, communicating, bonding with technology, and you start to feel that like FOMO feeling of like, man, the veil sounds real safe right now.
This is a 17-year-old system that has been at it for that length of time and has expertise. I have 5 days.
Yeah.
I'm going to invoke the birth, something that gets rolled at the beginning of the game.
Okay.
I got a partial success, which from a list in Foundry in the chat, you'll be able to see what that list is. You need to ask me a question, and I have to answer one of those.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
So all of that comes about because I can see how easy it is for Zephyr and Kode and Andromeda to connect to emotion, which has no place in anything logical. It's not built into any system.
There's a lot of really good ones on that list. For everyone in chat who can't.
Yeah.
That's a spicy list.
Do I feel, or do I think I feel?
I'm not certain anymore. I think I have adopted the emotions that I've seen others exhibit, and then I replicate them as I have been instructed to do. I don't know if I'm capable of feeling.
Do you say that out loud?
In an internal inquiry with all of the systems completely firing, I will say yes. I will have spoken that inadvertently out loud. I wish I could say unconsciously or subconsciously, but like it kind of escaped that way. No, this was a complete system failure, indicating the frailty of the system.
Before anybody has a chance to even tell Sherry that she was speaking to herself just then or answer the question, they were very rhetorical question. You hear like a muffling sound, like an increasing sound behind the door, and it sounds like, and they were supposed to be, oh, you're still here. Oh, I don't mean to rush you. Take your time. I've been looking for you. I have a couple of meetings. You could follow me to my office if you'd like. And you see a woman in a red pantsuit, very low cut, slim. She's got these black and white, like kitten pump heels, and her hair is like very Marilyn Monroe, black, matching red lipstick. And she looks at each of you and says, Audrey Hayward, in case you didn't know, but I'm quite literally matching the decor of this place. Inside, not out here. Let's...
Andromeda kind of hears what Sherry says after saying, like, I'm good, let's go, and is like a little taken aback and is like, I don't want to engage with that. And so kind of beelines it for Audrey and is like, hey, yeah, I need to see your security systems, like, stat.
Oh, another young go get 'em. I love to see it. And that's where we're gonna end it tonight. We did it.
That was awesome. That was cool. Yeah. Yay.
Oh, yeah.
That was cool. Do we have time for an after party?
I'm good for it if anybody else wants to.
I got time.
So.
I might need to grab a snack, but
I am in. I went through the whole 2 bottles of water off.
Oh my lord.
Mike, you good?
Is your bladder okay?
I'm tired, but I can hang around for an after party.
I'm tired too. All right. Well, let's go into the after party. So the way that this typically works is you can hop into spoiler chat's not. Oh no, spoiler chat is still there? Yeah, I think.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Spoiler chat is up on our Discord, discord.gg/Avondale in case you want to come in. But you can also chat right here in Twitch chat, and we will respond any which way.
Yay! How's everybody doing? First of all, thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs side to side. Oh my god, you have a Hemet blanket. I love it.
It's a blanket with my dog's face on it.
I love it.
So precious.
No, I'm
Your
comfy.
doggy is the cutest.
I will not fall asleep during the after party, I promise.
You're so fucking cozy right now.
You look really cozy.
I'm very cozy right now, and the only reason I'm sitting like this is because I was hunched over my computer so much today doing the playbooks for Wetlands.
Wetlands, which is that's your thing now. Frogs.
I love frogs.
Ribbit.
Frogs, ribbit.
Little froggies.
If you are a Patreon patron, let me know in the chat, and I will send you an invite immediately so that we can get you on board for the guest star.
I'm gonna take a quick minute for myself. I'll be right back, folks. But feel free
Bye.
to have at it.
Yay!
Aaron, you're running it.
Okay, so thoughts, opinions. How was tonight?
That was dope.
That was awesome, man.
Yeah,
I had a lot
seriously
of fun with
enjoyed
that.
it.
Yay! Good.
A lot of jumping interactions and exploring what it means to go through trauma from a different perspective was pretty intense.
Yeah. Steve, how was it coming in as a player and choosing a character that is going to very clearly struggle with grappling with all of the emotions that come with a murder?
It's not understood. It's simply not understood.
Mm-hmm.
There are things that are being processed, information, which is from Sherry's perspective, these three are perceiving something that Sherry's simply not picking up on. And Sherry's trying to grasp at it, trying to find the data behind it, trying to analyze it. And none of it makes any damn sense whatsoever. And so there comes a couple of times when she wants to mimic, just out of sheer programmatical state, wants to mimic what is being displayed by, let's say, Kode or Bobby or what have you. It just doesn't fucking work. So it's a challenge. I'm passionate as fuck as a person, but Sherry has no concept of what emotion is.
Yeah, that usually, so Kode last season was the one that was going through probably the most grief.
Oh God, yeah.
What, coming in as somebody who literally his mom's spine was ripped out of her body, what did this scene, even though it was cleaned up, what did it invoke? Did it invoke anything like revitalizing, like rejuvenating, like any motivation, any sort of feelings of revenge, any of that trauma?
Actually, it enforced that it actually kind of enforced that it's not just corporations that are in fault for the atrocities that happen in life. It's just fucking everything. So if anything, it just made his disposition darker, because he's like, oh wow, here's a place that just has cred. They just came out and living their lives. They don't have to be blinded by billboards all the time. You know, they're just doing their own human or living thing, and they're still fucking assholes. They still have a whole system to where it's now just harder to determine the pieces of shit.
Yeah.
So it's rough. It's rough. It's far from rejuvenating from his perspective.
And Mike, as somebody who played a character who was good morning, as someone who
I'm not asleep.
I know.
If I want to take moves video.
As somebody who died last season, what kind of feelings are you feeling about a murder?
I think it's a... Murders provide a very fun, stage in... Yeah, murder's fun. Full stop. No. Murders provide a very fun, setting in a cyberpunk story because of the varied relationships with death that characters have. You know, there are characters who look at death and go, someday, not now, maybe tomorrow, who knows? And then there are characters who are like, everybody I know died, you know? And then there are other characters who are like, I'm techno-immortal, I will never die. So, Faustus was very much a character who was like, there is an expiration date on me. I'm going to do all the good I can in that time. He took his inevitable impending death as a catalyst to do good in the world. Whereas Zephyr is like, I have an inevitable death. It's not impending. It's just because I'm such a fucking moron. I could very much, go to the pawn shop, sell my gun, and then just continue working as a bartender until I die. But I'm not going to. I'm going to keep doing crime. because it pays better and it's more fun.
FYI, Donald is online, and maybe others will chime in as well.
Perfect. If you, I don't have the chat up or anything, and I can't do all that. So if you just let me know who's going to talk and when and what they're saying, then that'd be great.
Yeah, Donald is currently online and can speak right now.
Hi, Donald.
Hold on. Let's try that again. Donald?
Hello.
Oh, you're there. Hold on. Say something again.
Hello.
Ah, I see why.
Hello.
Okay. There you go. All right. You should be all good.
How'd you like it, Donald?
It was great. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it.
Do you have any questions or theories? Or I'm always reluctant. I'm always excited to hear when I'm playing, but now that I'm running it, I'm like, oh, is he gonna guess it?
I kind of want to see the mystery unfold. I'm curious.
You ever watch Twin Peaks?
I saw like the first episode.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. All right.
Well, it has nothing to do with Twin Peaks, the plot, but a lot of the characters.
There's a plot in Twin Peaks?
Yeah, it's weird as fuck. It's weird.
Okay.
By some definitions, you could call it a plot.
Yeah, exactly. What are your Donald? I'm curious to hear what your opinions are on this new district that we're going to be exploring, and how the augments are a little different, and also how death is treated a little differently.
Yeah, I imagine a place like this, a murder is a very serious thing, whereas you guys come from the sinners, you guys, it's almost like an everyday occurrence at times, depending on if you're down in the pit or wherever you're at. So to them, this is like a big deal, and they're taking it very seriously. Especially, someone that's has high profile, as I guess she is. As for the augments, I thought it was interesting, because it almost felt like that they are out of touch with reality almost, because they like the guy had a chrome augment on his goatee. Like, who does that?
That's fair.
So it was kind of cool. It was a different take on the whole cyberpunk. You're seeing like how the people over here live, and it's just vastly different. And it just like, yeah, as I said, it feels like they're in their own world essentially. Like they're just living the high life and not realizing that it's so vastly different.
Yeah, it's almost like they have stupid decision money and they can just spend it on anything they want. Like, I don't know, like LED tattoos that mean something in a different language that they don't realize and stuff like that. The chrome goatee.
When you said 50 cred up front,
yeah,
and then you were like 100 cred, I was like, listen, I can change my disposition.
Yeah.
I can heal. I can heal with that.
I'm sitting here going, I'm like, what would Sherry do with 50 creds? Probably spend it on like fucking the equivalent of like Amazon, trying to like order like only the most popular things, thinking this is what humanity wants. No appreciation of what credits are. She's never had to spend them, deal with them, or anything. So yeah,
she's gonna become Jeff Bezos.
Yeah, just like this person is very clearly successful. Here, bam, 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 bam. I shall help contribute to that because that is what not a concept, not a clue.
I can almost imagine like the people that live here, like there's a certain expectation of how you present yourself, and like everyone wants to stand out. Like, some of them probably come from big money, and like they may not even have a job. They might be like the kid of some corpo, and so they want to stand out. So they do all these cosmetic augments, but in reality, like it's all a facade, and there's probably just an underlying something going on in the background. Like there's something led up to this murder, and there's more. Definitely, I'm curious to find out more what happened.
I can't even conceive of it. By the way, Only Flaps just rated with 11.
Hey.
Daddy Dredge, hello.
Sir!
Can we get a shout out for Daddy
Yeah,
Dredge?
I got it.
Please?
I got it.
Oh, you, thank you.
Sign up for my Only Flaps.
Hey.
How Andromeda? How was it hearing that it was somebody who's very much a Robin Hood of their stomping grounds? How was it hearing somebody, a bartender, just saying like, "Do you want a titanium factory? Like, do you want a whole warehouse?"
Yeah, no, like in the moment, Andromeda like brushed that off and changed the subject because like the concept was just frankly like unfathomable to her of like that's like not possible. You can't actually like give me something like that. That's not something that like happens in the world. Like theoretically Andromeda knows that there are exorbitant amounts of money, but like because of her background, she's like never seen a dime over 3 creds. Like, let's be real. She just is from the dirtiest dirt poor like situation, and so for a whole warehouse, a whole factory's worth of titanium to be like offered to her, she just kind of had to pivot so she didn't like fucking spiral for a minute because the very concept was just like unimaginable to her. But like I think her whole rant, my whole rant, I guess you could say, her whole rant about like why this is important and what she's gonna do with the money is like very, very true to her. Like she's lived with nothing. She's used to that. She doesn't need anything. She's got what she needs to survive.
She requires a little bit of status, if you don't mind my saying. I mean, just a little bit of status.
She's like perfectly content with her bare bones life, and she's like literally every penny that's coming in is going back out, and like, and that, yeah, it's a very like different kind of perspective from someone who's like from the dirt. Like when you're from the dirt and you're used to it, like you don't really know what to do with all of that.
Yeah. On the note of like the world building structure and the where people come from and everything, I'm curious as to Steve what you thought about what you, because we talked about Aiden Springs when you were doing your map making, and that was and it was very pointed that was a very isolated district with a whole zone where people will murder you if you try to go through. What did you have any expectations about how I would build out the district?
No, God, no. It reminds me of a time when a friend had wanted to run stuff in Evandale, and they started asking all these questions, and I said, oh, stop. I can answer all this just one way. And it was like, don't change anything? I was like, what? No. I want to play. That was it. I don't. The entire purpose of world creation in TTRPG is to turn it over to people who are better than you and will create something brand new with it. No, there's zero expectation. If I had expectation, it would have been written into the canon, and even then, canon is just a fancy way of saying this is just my shit. What does your shit look like? So anybody that has a preconceived notion of what any of these things look like when they are trying to create their own world from it, no, just do your own shit, because you're better at creating your stuff than I will ever be. So
heard. And
I would like to do a thing that is a seeming tradition, and I'm very happy that Dom is here for it. Who amongst us has speculation?
Yeah, it's an actual fucking murder mystery. We can actually have. I don't.
Yeah.
I want to hear it. What does everybody have?
All right. Shit. I got a spicy one.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go first. No.
I got the spiciest one. It was Hayden.
It was Haven. No, Haven did it. No. I think that this is an elaborate scheme being viewed / televised by other people in the springs right now, just to see the pores struggle with the intricacies of the politics.
Oh, they're fucking Hunger Gamesing us?
Yeah.
I don't care. I don't want to be Hunger Games.
They're dangling a carrot. And they're saying, oh man, hey, oh yeah, we aren't that bad. Here's some money. Please help us find our friend and take out some of the bad people that probably did this. And there's some schmuck who lost a bet because their corporation didn't win the fucking end of the year, bonus. And they're like, well, guess what? We're gonna stick the pores on you now. We gotta make that profit back.
Oh my God.
That's what this whole thing is.
I'm not saying they made a reality show about us without our knowledge or consent. I am saying that the bartender that we have to talk to is named Truman.
I was about to say, yeah, you have figured it out. Been real. This has been the one-shot episode, so.
Ooh, you solved it.
We got it. Good job.
Or it could be a 1-credit bet, as in like trading places.
Like a what? Like a what?
Trading places where all the pain inflicted over a $1 bet.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oof.
I'm trying to turn up Donald's volume, but for some reason it's very low.
I will say, if that is the case, Andromeda might do something very drastic because that would wreck her. Wreck her.
Yeah.
To be manipulated by high society for their own whims. She would be so pissed off that she got roped into that she would do
oh my God, just to be able to record that interaction and analyze. Thank you.
You got it. It's hard. You've only done this for 5 days. You've only been a human for 5 days.
You've only been a human for 5 days. You literally just fell off the turnip truck.
Literally. Yeah. I don't feel so bad.
I think I said that one stream when I had 5 beers.
What? Analyze? Yeah, analyze, yeah.
I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed with the relationship between Andromeda and Sherry right now. It is so spicy. Is
it gonna end in death?
I'm so glad that you and I are we're good enough where we can be fuck you, bitch.
Yeah. No, I fucking love it. I love it. I'm totally nom. It's.
Oh yeah, and me too. I'm just ooh yeah, give me that stuff that I can be a sassy little teen.
Oh fuck yeah.
Clap back and be just so angry at you. It's great.
It's the thing that disturbs me the most, the human, is that this creature is only repeating what societal expectations are. There's no emotion behind it. The whole fucking thing, creating a face over a skeleton which is nothing more than a fancy simulant. I mean, it's as fake as you can possibly be. I have no idea what the journey of this is. But when I first started telling the story, I was like, where is the boundary between humanity and tech? It's kind of like that question of if you have this old ship, this old wooden ship from centuries ago, right? And in restoration processes, you've managed to replace every single splinter of the ship. Is it still the same ship?
Theseus.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So yeah.
My answer to that old Angel's question is, it's still the same ship until that magic plank that makes it a talking boat falls out. It falls onto your head when you're just sitting there chilling and bonks you on the head and kills you.
What?
And I might be thinking of Jason, but I'm pretty sure there's a Greek myth that ends that way with the adventure being over. And he's like, that was a pretty good adventure, wasn't it, talking boat? And he's like, it was. Anyway, bye.
I think you're right there. I'm pretty sure that is a true thing.
Don't tell me. I so like having that story in my head.
You did good, buddy. You did a great job.
Yeah,
it's just a friendly pat on the back from a boat, though. Great work, sport.
It's There's between the three characters here, there's learning to be done, and coming out of the gate with a forceful personality seems like that. These types of people can come out. I mean, they exist in reality. You have people that completely put out these facades. They think that they are the authority on a particular topic, and they're really not. And if they only spent a little bit of time just watching others, they can actually learn from that. And that's where I'm kind of taking Shari. That's it. I'm kind of curious where these very human characters are going to go with it. And this one here has the most augmentations out of everyone, and these two, this one technically should be completely embodied with cybernetics, and yet doesn't through their own choice. Yeah.
I would like to have a little commentary on that, because I had like a little revelation about Kode as a character during that back and forth when Sherry had that moment of like rotating through emotions and like reactions, and I was like, how does Kode thinks that, you know, people when they're born shouldn't augment themselves, but how does he feel about AI trying to become human? And that made Kode in that moment like pause for a second, and I was like, it's like it should stick to what it is designed for. So technically, for an AI to try to be human is basically going against what it did. But in retrospect, if a human tries to become like robotic, it's going against its nature. So why should I advocate for an AI trying to figure out what it is to be human when that's not its end goal, and that's not the way it should end?
I want to have that. I want to have that conversation in character.
I'm in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think the title of that episode would be "More Human Than Human," and it would be featuring Rob Zombie as the waiter that serves Kode and Sherry over this conversation.
It was really cool because I had to look back at my beliefs for a second, and like, because Andromeda has very strong beliefs about technology, and that like moment when Andromeda and Sherry kind of like connected, where all of a sudden Andromeda saw like Sherry as just that raw piece of technology. Like, I had to check back with the beliefs and be like, okay, how does she feel about this? Because like having such strong beliefs about tech, like that is what she's looking at this moment. Like, she is not seeing Sherry as like a person, and that is like kind of freaky to be like working with just this like sentient piece of AI with such like strong emotions and strong beliefs attached to like what does it mean to be human.
Interesting that's the theme y'all are coming up with. What would you all like to see more of as this mystery unfolds?
I don't know. I personally feel like we're nailing it in terms of like seeing the characters work with each other and seeing this like very human, like a murder investigation is like a very human thing. Like everywhere else in the animal kingdom, something dies and you're just like, oh, that's sad, whatever, move on. But like humans
If
are
that.
like, I want to understand why. And so that like investigating this very human event of like trying to understand why such an event happened with this like dichotomy of like the most human people in the city and the least human person in the city. Like it's already such a good dynamic. I'm super excited to just kind of keep the train rolling personally.
Yep. Yeah. I think that the story that's in front of us right now is really it's evoking the right questions. I mean, there's enough in there that's like, okay, so this is a person who wanted to claim as many cybernetics as possible, but are they doing it because of fame? Do they believe that it's going to elevate them to some falsified notion of status within society, such as like in Springs or Springs or Gardens? Springs. I only created the world.
It's okay. I got you.
I don't know. Thank you. By the way, a whole bunch of people are following. Yes. Hi.
That's a Threads friend. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, guys from Threads. Holy shit. Hi, everyone. The Aaron My Laundry over here. That's the one who invited you. We're wrapping all this up. I don't know. I think the story should stay exactly as it is because you've managed to find a wonderful balance, and it's simple. It's simple. Whoa! Thank you for the sub. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the sub. Keeping the torches lit. Yeah.
It's simple.
For me, it's simple, and that makes it easy to wrap your head around. And if the story is simple, then the characters can expand on that and turn it into something complex. If it's already complex, then the characters are kind of forced to keep it simple, and so it's kind of cool the way it is right now. I like it a lot.
Amen.
Awesome.
Amen.
I'm also curious to hear, Donald, if you're still able to talk, what as a watcher would you like to see more of? And it doesn't have to be like instead of or better, but like explore this part of Aiden Springs or like that kind of dynamic or whatever.
I'm kind of curious to see just the interplay between them and the different. I'm sure, like in the Aiden Heights, there's got to be different cliques and different people up here that they're in their own little groups, and then the players' interactions with them and having to deal with the internal politics of being up in the Corpo area, up here in the rich area.
Yeah, the very affluent to the point where they have oxygen bars.
Those are like a real thing in Las Vegas. For those who don't know, like oxygen bars are like an actual thing in our universe.
Oh, I fucking love it. I know. Yeah. And we're on that verge. It's like it's sending that signal. We are almost there, and that kind of terrifies me.
Aetherius Bordeaux, thank you for the gift subs so much. And I'm so sorry. I should have been more clear on my Threads. It's not on my channel. It's going to be on this channel. But the VOD will be available, so you could still watch it if you want.
Yes, if you want. We can provide you with a synopsis. Angst, pain. Should human be tech? Should tech be human? There you are.
You know, you left out a very important part. All my good hamburger car jokes.
That's fair. All right, that's fair. That's totally fair. Yeah.
Your synopsis was Sheriff Big Bun's erasure, and I will not have it.
Yeah, that kind of tracks.
Mike, you should draw a Rib Stickers logo as well.
Oh, look in the spoiler chat. I heard he drew the truck.
It's great. Great. The Rib Stickers logo is fabulous.
I know we have one. We have
we have the logo.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw it, Donald.
We tossed it up a couple of times, we can toss it up again. Toss it up again.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
I must have missed it.
Gotta see
provide us the logo.
It's gonna be here fabulous. In 3, 2, 1. Let me duplicate that. Boom and boom.
Yeah, there he is. That's my dad.
Ribs.
That's my dad. Let us know. Let us know in chat if you want shirts and merch and fanny packs and shit with
Oh
the.
my god!
I'll take a fanny pack.
Look.
Can I please have a fanny pack? I'm queer and I need more fanny packs.
Exactly.
Actually, Aaron was Aaron. Yeah, I'm pointing right place.
That's me. My name is Aaron.
Yeah, but the question is whether or not you are here in my virtual space. Yeah, you were talking about new merch and stuff like that. I don't like monetizing it.
I know, but it's fun. I like merch. I personally, I like supporting people through merch. I like wearing their shit.
Okay, so if you guys like that kind of stuff, hit us up on Discord and we will create more. I know that we have stuff on Zazzle, but the rib sticker shit, I mean, honestly, credit has to be given to Mike down here.
We got
know how-
at least.
Dude.
I feel like bare minimum we need stickers.
Oh!
Yeah.
Do you know how badly I want a syntax security team shirt?
Are you shitting me?
That'd be
That
great.
that just looks. I'm just imagining the freaking logo of the syntax.
that would
I
be
mean,
amazing.
I want a syntax shirt because I'm a goddamn linguist.
Yeah, that's fucking
because I'm gonna be an
beautiful.
English teacher.
We have to do this
But-
now. That'll be fun.
And Steve, you see why forever ago, before season 1, when you mentioned, hey, what genre do you want to do now? I think I snapped the C in my keyboard when I wrote Cyberpunk. I was like, Cyberpunk. That should be the one. Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Cyberpunk. That's the one you should do. You should definitely try the
My
Cyberpunk
only all right. So, Aetherius Bordeaux and others who may be new to this whole channel. So we this particular show, Kill City Sinners, it has like revolving DMs. I was the first one, and I asked this whole crew. It's like a repertory theater. You know, you're gonna come on in. You're gonna portray different characters, but it's gonna be the same players because y'all are fucking awesome. And I was like, what genre? Cyberpunk, another one. Eric, who was here previously, Cyberpunk. Mike was like Cyberpunk. Stacy joined later and had no choice but Cyberpunk. And
No, you gave me a choice and I chose Cyberpunk.
That's
Cyberpunk.
because you gave her a choice of the campaign. Like what
That's
kind of campaign?
right. That's right. That's right.
You
That's
gave
right.
me a choice and I chose this.
That's right. Yeah, that is right. So I had no idea how to run it. So I was the most nervous person ever. Aaron, you in a single session managed to capture it. And I'm saying that strictly from the lessons that I learned after 17, 18, 19 weeks of dealing with the opinions of these guys. And holy shit. Yeah, you I mean, and you, of course, you also educated me heavily on it. Yeah, I immediately understood I was not in Kansas anymore. I knew that this was a place where corporations ruled everything, and the elite have more money than they ever know what the fuck to do with, and they're gonna just spend it on whimsical little shit like little beard fucking. I mean,
Yeah. I want to give props right back to you though, as I always do, because I think that you were very uncomfortable with telling a cyberpunk story, and you have that whole age is essentially cyberpunk, and you have a whole age after that of solar punk, but you were so comfortable in dark fantasy and high fantasy of third and fourth age
because my life.
and it's really cool that you showed up because the table was like excited about it, and it shows that a certain camaraderie at a table that doesn't come with every table.
Yeah, but you guys made it alive, man. I mean, seriously, there's, I appreciate the accolades, but I don't think that they are truly justified here. I mean, I don't mean to minimize your opinion at all, but there's a reality to it. To me, anyway, my perception of it is, it's one thing for me to put something out there and pretend that I know something. It's something else entirely when those people who are in the know find those little truthoids, if you will, grab onto them, validate them, churn them out, build up on top of them, and then spit them back out. And when that occurs and that kind of like a cycle called cooperative storytelling begins, that's honestly my forte is in improv. It is not in Cyberpunk. It's not in that. So for those of you who know what the genre espouses, or even what that single word encapsulates, that kudos to you, because it is foreign to me. And now that I get to play in it, it's fucking glorious. It's amazing. I've not been here. I'm like so stuck in my ways, man. I'm looking for like, where's the elf? Where's the dwarf? Where do I have a longsword? And and it's not that at all. So yeah, it's for everyone that's taken part in this. Y'all understand it on a level that I am just now learning about. So it's really, really cool.
I like that we all do hard things together, and we're safe to do hard things. This to me is really. I've run this game once for my friends.
The story.
I've never done it. Yeah, and I've never run any game live. And that was really hard for me. And y'all, in the pregame, I was like, I'm going to throw up. And y'all were like, you're going to do fine. And usually that kind of like, just do it. You're going to do fine. When it comes to DMing, I'm just like, that doesn't fucking help me.
No.
Like, yeah, but like, how do I do it? But with this table, because I've played for so long with all of you, minus Stacy, but I feel like Stacy and I have a vibe. And I feel like, actually, as a side note, I feel like we connect, understanding that I am super duper gender chaotic. I feel like we have a connection in terms of being like tabletop girlies, and that's like an unspoken thing. I was listening to, shout out to Table Talk podcast, and it's two girls that talk about, two women that talk about tabletop games, and the episode I listened to today was about diversity at the table and the female experience, and like the leaning into role play and different things like that. I was just like, yeah, like to have another girl at the table there's an unspoken like vibe. But even still, with everybody, the shared experience of everybody at the table, it's safe to do hard.
Oh, yeah. Running a live game for the first time, because I kind of had like the easy way of doing it, because the very first live games that I ran were the Camp Dirgewood games over at Ain't Got Grit, and it was literally, I was like, oh, what am I gonna do for my game? It's gonna be summer camp, and I was a camp counselor for 7 years, and body horror. I'm gonna make gross goopy frogs that split open into mushrooms. And then I was like, oh man. I was like, oh, this shit's easy. And then the game that I ran on a live stream after that was for Zenventus's charity month last year. I ran a session of a game that I like wrote myself of stags, and the entire time I was like, this is the most harrowing thing I've ever done, because not only is there like, if they don't like the story or how like something went, that's on me. But if they don't like the system or the setting or any of it, I was like, oh god, I'm in hell.
Do you guys mind if I ask Donald a question related to this?
Yeah, go for it. I feel like I cut him off earlier, and I apologize.
Donald, do you run or play in TTRPGs?
I do. Yeah, I run 2 games. It's one game I run as Pathfinder Adventure Path, first edition Pathfinder, and I just started it a few months back.
Cool.
And we play like every other week, and then I have a Starfinder game that I run like.
Starfinder.
Like very, very sporadic. Like it's.
Oh really?
Every few months, like maybe we get a session in.
What's your favorite genre of like TTRPGs?
I usually play fantasy, but I do like sci fantasy. I played I like science fiction games.
Okay.
I play in a once a month Expanse game, which is fun. And,
Expanse.
I like Expanse.
Yeah.
Based on the game is from Green Ronin Games. It's pretty cool.
Green Ronin's legit. They're really, really good.
It's based off the was it the age system or the fate or whatever it is system they have. It's pretty cool. And then I have also a couple Pathfinder games I play in as well.
Oh, so you're busy. You're a busy ass gamer.
Yeah, usually on the weekends.
Okay. All right. Cool. So Mike? You talked. Look at me taking this shit over. I don't need.
No, please, because I ran out of questions.
Oh, did you, Mike? Cyberpunk is like your jam, isn't it?
I am a big Cyberpunk enjoyer. Yeah. Like ever since I was a kid, I way too early watched Akira, and I was like, "Oh, this rules."
Battle Angel?
No, Akira. Not Alita Battle Angel.
Oh, that's Alita.
Yeah.
You see this look? This is
similar.
called ignorant.
Yeah. Oh, if you've never
You're
seen
not
Akira,
ignorant.
you're in for it.
There was a phonological ambiguity. Don't get me started. Linguistically, you're validated.
If you've never seen Akira, you are in for such a treat. Like, it was such a formative piece of media for me. When people are like, "Well, Mike, you're kind of just like a big cuddly dude. Why do you like body horror so much?" I'm like, "Because I was 11 and I watched Akira," and like.
Oh my! I know I just sent something to the crew in the chat, specifically in our chat, specifically to Steve, referencing one of the things that I think would like kind of definitely influence like some thought processes for you.
Oh.
I know because we both have like those inspirations where we'll see something and we'll take it to a level that nobody's ever like really processed.
Ghost in the Shell.
Yep. So there's a series called Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex, and specifically there's an episode, episode 15. It's called The Time of Machines, and there's these things called tachikomas, and they have a conversation, and that's all I'm gonna say about it.
All right.
That's all I'm gonna say about it. It is one of those like in-depth episodes. I can't even say no more.
My fear
about it.
Here's my fear, and this was beaten into me like early on in my entertainment career, that if I observe someone else who is creative doing something, I'm going to inadvertently adopt that as my own, interpret it in my own way, and then put it back out there and be labeled as unoriginal. Therefore,
that's the thing though, like there's if you're worried about that with Cyberpunk, there is so much and so varied, like so many varied sources of it that like even if you if I were to make a Cyberpunk campaign, which I am, I'm doing the next one for this.
Yes, you are.
And I were to just but if I were writing my campaign and I just aped all of the Cyberpunk media that I'd ever consumed in one way or another, it would still be a completely unique, unrecognizable melange of everything that I've read, because there's so much difference between even Cyberpunk in the same medium. Ghost in the Shell is very different than Akira. They speak to different aspects of what makes Cyberpunk so effective as a genre. The messaging on what it means to be human, what do you give up to be human, what do you give up in pursuit of advancing your dreams and all of that kind of stuff. And then then you could also read the books. Snow Crash is great. Neuromancer, Mona Lisa Overdrive, the one in the middle that's slipping my what's it called? Something Zero. My brain's broken. Count Zero. That's it.
I don't know that one.
Ask me about fantasy. I can chime in. Cyber. I'm useless.
But there's just so much of it, and everybody has a different take on.
Yeah, but we're dealing with it with the difference between knowledge, which is essentially logic based. I get this, and I can bring it back out, regurgitate it. It's going to be influenced by my own brain, and and emotion, which is saying you are not allowed to do this, that instruction embedded in my head defies all logic. It has nothing to do with that. So yeah, I understand. I mean, go back to, like, my introduction to it was Blade Runner.
Yeah.
With Rutger Hauer, and looking at that going, oh, that's interesting. I need a little bit more to really understand this. And I didn't get it. I saw some fucking loft somewhere with a whole bunch of like failed animatronics, and essentially the quintessential question: do androids dream of electric sheep? And I still didn't grasp it. My head was so far up Tolkien's ass growing up that what did I know?
Blade Runner was great.
What's up?
Blade Runner was great. Like Rutger Hauer's
Jesus.
Speech. Apparently, that entire speech was ad-libbed. Like,
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
yeah.
Nice.
No
That's pretty
shit.
cool.
He just out of nowhere. And they were like, keep fucking recording. Shut the fuck up. We don't want to hear anything.
Yeah.
Don't you put the
You
boom
don't
mic
stop
in
a
this
fucking act.
scene, you asshole.
Yeah.
It's one of the lines that I'll say every now and then that just absolutely pisses my fiance off, because she's not a movies person. She doesn't get all my movie references. But anytime she says, like, it's gone, I'll just pause and I'll look off in the distance and I go, like tears in the rain.
That's a good fucking.
A fun fact, by the way, Rutger Hauer was the inspiration for the vampire Lestat.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
Rutger Hauer was in Anne Rice's mind when Lestat was being written.
I wanted to say though, like, I think this is just my own like personal take as someone who I guess is kind of punk in like my real life, but like the beauty of cyberpunk and the affiliation with the punk movement is that you can just kind of do whatever you want, and that's like the beauty of it. Like, yeah, there are certain themes that are associated with the genre, but like at the end of the day, it is still like trying to work towards like a punk mentality, which is like, I do what I want, nobody can tell me what to do, and like life is going to be whatever I make of it. And that's personally like what draws me to the genre, because like I don't give a shit about like futuristic stuff. I'm the least techie person to ever exist. But like that like mentality of like there are so many options and so many ways of like expressing yourself and so many ways of like pushing boundaries, like that's what's really kind of fun. And like, so I feel like copying themes is definitely one thing, but like more than anything, I see cyberpunk as like pushing boundaries.
Yeah. I'm just beginning to learn that, and I'm fucking loving it. If you guys don't know out there, I don't want to plug my own shit and totally take up time.
Do it.
Oh, no, you're a player. You can do that.
Self promo, do it.
All right, so the channel you're on, Evandale, is something that started off between 77 and 82, and it kind of grew from there. And in its evolution, it went through many, many different stages. And then when people like these august crowd around me, including those over there in chat, started saying, yeah, but what about this? And what about sci-fi? What about cyberpunk? What about steampunk? What about, and all these different genres of fantasy really started coming out. I didn't reflexively go back and retrofit the world. It was just the world itself has a natural progression of events. It's been around for 41 years. I can go from the myths of creation to sword and sandal fantasy, like a la Conan, and etc., on over to high fantasy, third age, dark fantasy, fourth age, fifth age, post-apocalyptic medieval fantasy, sixth age, industrialism, leading up to modern age, seventh age, modern to intergalactic travel and whatever that may mean, including cyberpunk, some kind of like post-modernistic vision of what future might be, and eighth age being solar punk. I'll even call it hope punk.
I still don't know what the fuck half of these things mean. All I know is that people are out there doing it, and I have no idea why I went off on this tangent. Somebody saved my ass. Somebody saved me.
No, it's great. It's good. It's good.
I think it's awesome because it gives people so many like onboarding points into the world. Because like for me, like I think I've mentioned it before. My first experience with Evandale was at the Mutvia LARP. It was the first LARP I ever went to. I was at SCA practice with like Eric and those guys, and they were talking about this LARP that they heard about and they were gonna go try. And I was like a shy, socially awkward dude who had always wanted to go LARPing but didn't have a group to go with. So I kind of was like, I want to go LARPing. They were like, okay, come LARPing then. Dude, so if you guys don't know, Evandale was a LARP also at one point. In Pennsylvania, Mike shows up. What does he do? It's like this socially awkward motherfucker comes out and is just like, yeah, I'm part of this crew. They're called the Nectaratu. We're essentially demon worshippers, and totally sticking true to canon and then building on top of it to create their own stories. Some of the strongest motherfucking storytellers I've ever goddamn seen. Two of them I've had the honor of having here. This guy over here DM'd at EvanCon when I say convention, no, it was not a convention. It was a gathering of maybe 24 people, and we got together. And this guy was one of the 3 game masters that came out. This one over here is a linguist recommended to me by Raffle, I want to say. By Raffle.
Yeah, it's Raffle.
By Raffle Iron Chef over there in the chat. And I started watching her stream, and I was like, oh, this is going to be fucking fun, because not only are we talking about an intellectual and an academic, which is but there's also this and fuck everyone else, the attitude, which I absolutely loved. And I was like, oh God, okay, yeah, no, I don't care if you've ever played before or not. This one is responsible for everything else that's going on here. So this one brought me out of my own shell. So the concept of going back to what you were talking about before, Stacy, the notion of punk, and cyberpunk, solar punk, and all of these other stories. I even want to kind of coin, or I'm sure somebody already has, like a dark fantasy punk. Evandale is about hope. And this is part of the alignment system that we're creating for Pathfinder 2nd Edition, that even though the remaster project is coming about, the alignment system in Evandale goes in between, in its current state, between gloom and hope. And where you are in that gloom, meaning I am already a part of the world, I completely understand its mechanics, I fully embrace it, and here you are, I am darkness, versus that 1 in a million person who manages to find the light in the darkness and continue to grind and go on against all odds. To me, that is a more favorable stance. That to me is punk as fuck. Embracing the status quo is fucking, man, that's everyone does that shit. But if you take a chance and you buck the system and you challenge whatever the fuck is out there, and you actually break bonds with that status quo, dude, you can fucking get rid of so much horseshit that we experience in society today. And for me, the escape is creating a world and a story. The fact that I am embraced, I mean, take a look at my framing here. It's fucking weird. I have this awesome storyteller, this awesome storyteller, this awesome storyteller. I was going to say 17-year-old kid because of the way that you portray Andromeda, but I'm not commenting on you. I'm not commenting on you, Stacy. I'm commenting on your.
I totally get it.
Yeah, it's your character is just so fucking out there and just like, no, I'm not going to be doing that, you bitch. I love that. I fucking love that finger in the face of establishment, which is exactly what Sherry is. And then this motherfucker over here, if you only knew. If you all out there, in Twitch land understood this dude's tale and the shit that they've gone through to even get to the point that they're at now. All these people are people that I consider dear friends. I barely know Stacy, and I'm looking forward to, through play and behind the scenes interaction, getting to know them better. All I can say is that punk is the way to fucking go.
I wanna chime in here, Steve, and do a thing, because somebody has avoided a lot of interaction so far, and a lot of voice time in here. Aaron, DMing. This is the first. So this is the first time that I've ever experienced you as a DM, and that was fucking amazing. Like your ass. Yo, I stepped in here and I walked up. I was just like, all right, let's see what Aaron does. And you painted me a fucking masterpiece. I knew exactly where I was when you were talking, when you were describing. You used the word and you delivered. It's not that the word was there; it was the way you delivered it. You said opulent with such professionalism. I was just like, well, I don't belong here. Guess I need to step the fuck out. Like, it was you killed it. You killed it. I loved every fucking descriptor, every situation you put us in that allowed us to portray our characters. I think you did a great job. I love it. You have your own style. I've been with a lot of DMs. I love everything that you're doing. Just keep doing it. That's all I gotta say.
And gaming related, just by the way, just hopped in with a raid of 17 folks at the time that Kevin was just talking. So all of them just heard about how fucking awesome you are. So just FYI.
Can I also gush for a second? As someone who is still like kind of a relatively new DM, I've only DM'd like a few times, like I have like one campaign and have done a couple one shots. Those first moments, especially as like a femme presenting person, are fucking terrifying. And there's like all of these behind the scenes expectations of, am I gonna live up to all of the wonderful people that have hosted me in every game that I've ever played? And I had no doubt in my mind that you were gonna do an amazing job, just because of like everything I know about you and all the interactions that I've had with you. And yeah, you absolutely like followed through on my expectations. I was like, yeah, no, it was perfect. It was a great, wonderful game. And like honestly, it would have been impossible to disappoint me because you're just that awesome. But like, you really did like step into it and become like the GM, and you ran the game and you painted a picture like Kevin was saying, and it was fabulous.
Yeah, I would also like to share my opinion on how well it went, and it's a result of something that we've talked about a lot, at least in the after parties that I've been awake for. But the way that you were telling the story, there was such like trust in us as players to kind of 100%. Approach it, not like, I don't want to say approach it respectfully, because fucking first thing I did was put a big hamburger car in it. But it's there's something very liberating as like a DM and a player to play with a group of people that you can look at and say, I can throw this out there and somebody will catch it. It's not just because I've definitely played with groups where I misread the vibes and I was like, this would be a fun thing for a character to do, and I throw it out there and everybody just watches as it flies through the air and splats on the floor, and I'm like, all right, I guess not. And like, just knowing that this group has each other's backs, and you did such a good job in like putting us in a situation and letting us explore it, and it really let us play our characters, but it didn't force us to be like, you know what I mean, like one-note characters. It let us be like very human characters in this story, and that's great, especially because all the characters have grown and changed since the last campaign. And so you did a really good job at laying everything out and turning us feral children loose in the story. Which is the only way that I like to describe myself as a player, because I understand its accuracy.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
It's fine. We're all crying. Tears
Thank
are great.
you.
We love it. Tears are feelings in physical form.
I tell stories like this. I tell stories like this. This is not a deep statement because what I'm talking about is Twin Peaks. I tell stories based on weird shit that I like and put it in different worlds, and I get a lot of excitement. I know none of y'all have like invested as much in Twin Peaks as I have. I have on my key ring, I have a Mountain Lodge key ring from Twin Peaks. Like, I'm wearing a Dale Cooper hoodie. I love Twin Peaks. And y'all were just like, yeah, we'll fucking play. And I got to like put all my, not only did I get to create characters based on the Twin Peaks characters, but like Steve mentions Twin Peaks characters that you haven't met yet, but are going to be in it. No, don't you dare, because that opened up a new personality of the facet of a personality that I already had in my head, and I didn't even realize. Like, now I'm thinking about it, I'm like, of course he'd be at the cafe, and I'm like making notes like, he was at the cafe, like this person's already met this person.
Oh, you were asking me questions. I came up with like a Dale Cooper reference about coffee or something like that, and you were like, well, you saw him where? And I was like, oh god, I haven't watched Twin Peaks a lot. Oh shit. I thought I fucked up.
Perfect. It was perfect because he is arguably the best. Honestly, if Kyle, Sir McLaughlin, if you're listening right now, I love you. But I like, let me be your Diane. But I really like the fact that you have not even watched the whole series. I think you've indulged me in watching like 3 episodes. But the fact that you haven't seen the whole series and you threw out references, like, made me that hits harder than words of affirmation. Like, it's just fun. Like, I get to like play this silly little story that actually is ending up really super emotional. But like, I get to make these stupid references. Just wait till you meet like some of these characters. They're silly and I love them. And
the body is ready.
I just really like it. So thank you for letting me tell the story. I'm really happy.
It was a lot of fun. And by the way, we have like 27 or so people watching right now.
Oh my gosh, hello. Hello, everybody.
So, yeah, thanks. Hi, guys. The quick shout out here. I mean, like, legit, if you enjoy storytelling, this is not like a props for the purposes of gaining followers on other channels or anything like that. But if you were rated, or if we were rated by folks who enjoy this kind of stuff, Erin My Laundry, ErinMyLaundry. This amazing fucking human here. If you only knew what they actually do behind the scenes, like for the planet, I mean, we're talking like global level shit. This is somebody that you want to follow. So at Erin My Laundry. LARPGenie, LARPGENIE. This one over here. If you happen to enjoy LARPs and that kind of thing, that's where you can find. This motherfucker doesn't have any socials whatsoever, and it's completely off the grid. Does not want to be known. In fact, their name is Bob. You can just move beyond there. And then Stacy the Linguist over here. So if you guys are academics, if you enjoy language, if you happen to be a polyglot, whatever it is, if you enjoy language, this one streams a fantastic amount. So we all have varied interests as fellow humans. You're going to find an immense crowd here on this channel that is just wildly varied. Donald, who is a chat member, an Evan Dweller, a Patreon patron. Donald, you don't stream, do you?
No, I do not. No.
Why not? Why not?
I'm shouting out anyways.
Okay, cool.
I've wanted to be in the player chair or DM chair for a while.
That's why I'm asking. Yeah, Donald.
Donald, if you want to stream a game, we'll all play.
Well, I don't really have the setup for it.
Would you want to? I know that we're putting you on the spot in public. I mean, no pressure. Satan's on the phone.
Maybe someday.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about it. But yeah, we won't hold you to that too much, Stacy.
Yes.
I will say, Donald, the only reason I'm a streamer is because I got invited on a TTRPG show like a couple years ago.
Oh, no shit.
No shit. There's a TTRPG show here on Twitch that one of my friends hosted. He was like, yo, I just want to get a bunch of my friends to like come stream, and everybody was like, you gotta start streaming, honey. You gotta start streaming. And I was like, oh, but I have this like stupid little laptop. It's not very good, and I have this and I have that. And they're like, just start, just do it. And
the next day, here's $100. Here's $1,000.
Yeah, the peer pressure gets ya, but it is like worth it. And I've, because I've stuck with it, I've got to meet all of these wonderful people. So that's not to say no pressure, but like, they got me that way, so they might get you that way. Just like be on your guard.
Run, Donald, run.
I can't apply any pressure because I'm also in the camp of like first stream date soon TM. Like, I'm pretty sure the last after party I was in, I was too drunk and I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll stream tomorrow. And I woke up the next day and was like, I can't stream today. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
That's like the best time to stream. Honestly, Twitch is about humanity. Well, streaming is about humanity. I wouldn't say Twitch is about that. Neither is Kick or any of the other services, but streaming is simply personality. And so
I don't know.
So bereft of humanity.
I joined Twitch and the algorithm led me to you, and I met the love of my life. So I'd say it's about something important like humanity. I don't know.
I hope that doesn't happen to me. My fiance would be really mad.
I want to shout out. I want to say that I shouted out a bunch of people in chat. One thing that I love about the tabletop community is everybody supports each other, and all the people that I shouted out you should follow. And I don't make the rules, including people that aren't here right now, like the Liching Hour. Tabletop streamers, it's a very niche thing. Everybody is like grinding to be whatever type of successful they want to be, and it's a passion project for everybody. And it's hard, and you only have each other. And if there's one thing Threads had taught me, it's that you don't need hashtags to find friendship and love. So everybody follow everybody.
Coin that shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that on a bumper sticker.
Yeah.
And sell it.
Don't hashtag it, coin it.
Oh yeah. I'll Bitcoin it. Ew. So also if you, and this is not a plug to like come follow us on our channel, but we added a new thing on Mondays where it's called TRPG Turnout, and historically we get drunk and talk about tabletop games because there's only been one episode, so I can say that.
Historically.
But we talk about tabletop games and different like aspects of it and all the things that go into it, whether it's mechanics or like play styles or lines and veils or diversity and all this like really cool stuff. So it's a fun time for tabletop folks to get together, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's my marketing hat is off now.
Oh, dude, you're fucking amazing.
Oh wait, I put on a slight marketing hat.
Yeah.
Do it.
Rib stickers.
Yeah, rib stickers. Go to South Dakota.
Rib stickers.
Stickers.
It's not really a like a marketing hat thing. It's more a accountability thing between, because I know Aaron and I have both been working on one-page RPGs for HIO's one-page RPG game jam. So if you like, I love like everybody who knows me knows I am the #1 rules enjoyer. I love rule systems, I love games and all that kind of stuff. If you've ever had any interest in like tabletop game design, go check it out, because a one-page RPG, like you can write out the rules for it in a day.
Where?
Like
where did they check it out?
I don't know how to do this.
I'm putting the link on the in
You
chat.
point in the direction of where this stuff is.
Oh no, I know how to point. I just
other way. Chat's over there.
Right?
Wherever.
Chat's over there.
I did it. It's on
Aaron.
itch.
Yeah. Chat's
It's
over.
on.
It's
on
to your
itch,
left,
and
Mike.
I was
it's
pointing to Aaron.
Oh,
But
yeah.
It's hard
but
to get
yeah,
the right
if
direction.
you've ever had any kind of interest in like game design, like tabletop design, anything like that, check it out. I'm gonna be making one about cowboys with magic worms in their brains.
what? Wait, I didn't hear about this.
Yeah.
This is news to me. I'm excited.
Yeah, seriously.
Like
Do we have
Cowboys.
like a synopsis of
chat.
this? What's the hook?
Still the
The hook is I have like a 17,000 word work in progress book on this topic, but I thought I could make it a one-page RPG. Basically, my system, the way it works is everybody plays as a parasitic brainworm, and you create your body after you create yourself, and then if the body dies, you just get a new one.
Sure.
And one of the funnest things about like one-page RPG systems is that you can come up with like the wackiest kind of like mechanic for like dice rolling if you wanted to. I've seen one-page RPGs that are like poker hands. My original thought was a one-page RPG where Yahtzee was essentially the dice rolling mechanic.
Amazing.
But
That would be
what I've settled on is it's a tag-based game. Basically, you have traits. If you have an applicable trait, you can add a die to your pool, and you're aiming to get like pairs and triples or higher, essentially. That's the rough like basics of it. And yeah, one-page RPG design is so much fun because you're working because I think if you don't know, if you've never done it before, if you've never like done like rule writing or game design or anything, you can think, oh, this topic will not take up any space in this rule book. It'll be a quick like and then I'll be on. And then you actually write it out, and then you look back and you filled a whole page talking about, you know, why certain frogs are tougher than others. And so really limiting yourself in that design space to this is one page front and back. You could have separate character sheets, but that's it.
Okay, there we go.
But check it out. You don't have like if you want to submit your own. If not, check out the other ones. A lot of them I'm pretty sure are up there as like pay what you want or like just freeware. But yeah, it's a super cool event.
Stacy,
And go ahead.
you're a linguist.
Yeah, hi, that's me.
What would happen if you were a person at the mythical Tower of Babel, when, according to that book, languages were created to divide humanity, and you had to start communicating with each other? Could you design a one-page RPG around that concept?
If I understood how to design a one-page RPG, yes, I
All right, that's fair.
could. I enjoy the concept. I wouldn't know how to execute it, but I feel like I could come up with something.
Okay. I mean, I didn't want to pigeonhole you into like.
30-second drop to what mine was. An Arc Druid and a powerful Lich were in a fight in their universe. They jumped multiverses, then they both died on a mundane planet. One of the last things the Druid did was awaken the local flora and fauna. And now, with a couple of things that left behind the Lich, the animals have to fight the things that were arose from the necromancer or the Lich. Go. You play the animals.
Oh my god,
All
I
right,
love that.
you know what? All right. All right, so here's my challenge. So we have another channel here, Ain't Got Crit. That's the indie channel outside of this whole fucking thing that I did. When are you going to run this, Kevin?
So I good news
Mike
I got
and
one.
Mike Frogs, Mike.
Yeah, that's the other game I have. It's very much not a one-page RPG. It is I'm pretty sure my rulebook at this point is 51 pages. But yeah, if you've played any Powered by the Apocalypse stuff, Apocalypse World, Dungeon World, Monster of the Week is my personal go-to. The Veil is Powered by the Apocalypse as well. It's a game in that system, sort of like early Renaissance, late medieval fantasy, but instead of dwarves and humans and elves, it's frogs and alligators and otters and stuff.
Wait, otters?
Oh yeah, you could be an otter, you could be a beaver, you could be a mink, you could be a skink, you could be an alligator, you could be a snake, you could be a snapping turtle, you could be a box turtle, you could be a tortoise, you could be a bullfrog, you could be a tree frog, you could be a poison frog, and that's all of them.
I want to be a ferret.
You can be a mink. Pretty similar.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's fair.
there you go.
Yeah, they're in the same family, Mustelatidae. That's fine. I could do that.
Speaking of animals, I wrote one too.
Yes, you did. Rats.
It's free. It's called Among the Pretty Rats. I pasted the link in chat.
Marketing hour here on this channel.
Games bring people together, and I love it. And we have to survive in this society somehow. So fuck it. It's called Among the Pretty Rats, and it's a micro RPG where you are a self-identified degen. You who needs some self-love or love from others. It's all about love languages. It's very quick. And it's just loving each other. And I made it one day when I was feeling sad, and it made me feel better, and decided to share it. So that's the game. I know. So join us in our RPG adventure, because a lot of us are making them.
The more people who make games, the more games there are to play. And the more games there are to play, the more I can procrastinate doing actual work.
That logic sounds solid.
We all make games.
It's true.
No one ever has to work again.
I have to be the counter to that. As of last week, I had my civil service the results came out, and I got a 95 on that, and that will allow me to put food on my table. And keep a roof over my head. So it's very, very possible that I might not be able to do as many things as I would like. But I am a crazy person with high-functioning ADHD, and sometimes I forgo the things I enjoy to keep my life happy by skipping sleep. So I
want to point something out about you, though, that not a lot of other people know.
Mm-hmm.
So I talk about LARP Genie being your handle and shit, and that you talk about LARPs and shit. But I didn't talk about what you do in LARPs. Did I?
Nope. You feel free.
No. I'm going to leave this up to you. Market your shit, dude.
So I after serving in the military for a little while, I jumped onto this funny list of saying things you can do to get better after being in the hospital for a year. And one of those things, randomly, was live action roleplay, which a friend of mine told me about years prior. And I called him up and I was like, hey man, when I can walk fully, I want to do this LARP thing. And he was like, sure, man. And he got me into it. And I, in the 2 years after I started, had attended 27 different LARPs. Because I'm the type of person that when I enjoy something or when I jump into something, nobody's going to tell me I know more about it than I should. And if I do need to be taught more about it, I learn that thing like a student should. And LARPing is one of the things that I've always enjoyed. And I now run 3 different game IPs, LARP game IPs, and am one of 1/5 of the power of the largest LARP in the North America, known as Drakenfest, as I represent the Red Avatar. I'm not going to go too much detail into what those LARPs are in particular. You just got to jump into them and look yourself if you're at all interested, because LARP isn't for everybody, but it can tell you it's been one of the greatest experiences of my life, and it's helped me with a lot.
So when Aaron talks about Mondays being TTRPG turnout, I think what it really means is RPG turnout. And we may end up getting some of these voices as well as some of yours. And Stacy, and other people like Stacy who are very interested in games.
Yeah, speaking of Stacy, I'm gonna call it a night and say good night to everybody. So thank you all for being here. I love you lots, and I'll see you all later.
Have a great night. We'll see you next week.
Good night.
Bye.
We're going to be winding down soon as well. But nonetheless, check us out on Mondays because we may end up having some of these voices on there as well as some of you and others from Threads and that whole community that that Aaron is starting to get involved in. Donald,
I just want to say, like, we were talking about making games earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't done it in a long time, but back when I was a kid, like late 80s, like they didn't have a lot of games out then, and so like my friends and I wanted to play a Terminator game, so created like a Rise of the Robots game, and on our own, and then want to do a Transformer game, so I made like a Transformer style game, and then
no shit.
And then we wanted to do a medieval game without the fantasy, just like knights in shining armor and that style of games. We made that kind of game as well back in the day. Like I think I still have the Transformer game somewhere, but I think I lost the other stuff.
Dude, write it up, publish it, itch.io.
Yeah, do it.
Seriously, why not? Put it out there.
Yeah.
Put it out there, and we'll have you on Monday if you want to talk about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh yeah.
All right. It is, as Stacy so wonderfully pointed out, it is like 1:30 for us here on this channel, 1:30 a.m. So we're gonna get going, guys. Have an amazing
I'm
night.
happy to have 14 of you guys here listen to us talk about the things that we love.
We gotta send them somewhere good.
Thank you for jumping into the chat too, and like responding and giving a little gab.
Oh my God, yes. Donald, thank you so much for the voice. Really, truly appreciate it. Love hearing from you. So I'm going to say goodnight to you first. Have a fantastic evening. I'll see you later.
Have a good night.
Night.
And who do we have to raid?
So it's very early, so it's hard to tell because there's a few restreams and stuff.
Okay.
It's looking like Dungeons and Dragons is going to be our topic.
Okay.
And I'm thinking we should raid. I'm an advocate for raiding low. I don't ever raid high on my channel because I like supporting small streamers or the underdogs.
Let's do it.
So I'm thinking.
Nat 20 Productions.
Are they on right now? They're doing. I think they're almost done.
Are they winding down? Damn.
Yeah. I think they're in stream.
To have you feel comfortable.
Oh my God. Okay.
I think there's oh goodness gracious, I should have had this prepared before. We've got a 91 follower account, the Long Shots D&D. They're playing D&D.
Who's Own Dog Creates?
Huh?
Own Dog Creates. OWNDOG. Looks like they're drawing a map. That's Terra Arcana. That's under D&D.
Yes, I see them too. Yeah, we could totally do them. I've got I'm on the same screen as you, so go for it.
Yeah, and there's also Goat Chimera. Is anyone actually like playing a game?
Yeah, the Long Shots D&D, they're playing a game.
Long Shots?
Yeah, the Long Shots D&D.
The Long Shots. Cool.
Yeah, with the D&D at the end.
The Long Shots D&D?
Yep.
November Delta?
Yes.
Okay. All right. The Long Shots D&D. We're going to send you on over there. Yay. It was accepted. Guys, we're going to see you tomorrow night. Tomorrow night is Seekers of the Fall, a six-person Pathfinder 2nd Ed dark fantasy adventure where these kind of Indiana Jones-esque folk go out there and try to find out more information about the mysteries of an ancient world. Lots of fun. It's actually a fantastic crew. This fucking crew. Man, I want to continue playing tonight. But game's over. All right, guys. Aaron?
Yes.
I'll be talking to you soon. Kevin? Good night.
Good night, my friend.
Have a night,
Mike, have a fantastic night, buddy. Say hi to your intended.
Good night.
Good night. Everyone else out there, stay dorkable. We'll see you guys very soon. Bye bye.